Chapter 1476. The shops were lined up next to each other on both sides of the street. Today was not a holiday. Primary school students, junior high school students, and high school students all had to go to class. The most prosperous commercial street in Fuyuki City was not crowded with people early in the morning. Today, the weather was so good that there were more people going out. Even if there were no students, the commercial street in the city center was very lively. Moreover, the closer one was to the center of the shopping street, the more people there were. It was not to the point of shoulder to shoulder, but there were some places where one had to squeeze through. In such a lively commercial street, Wu Yan and Rin and Osaka were like an ordinary couple, holding hands and playing crazily. Wu Yan didn't know if Rin and Osaka didn't go to school or skipped class to come to his house. He didn't even ask if Rin and Osaka had any other purpose. He just took Rin and Osaka to walk around, as if he was really enjoying a date. Rin and Osaka seems to have reached an agreement with Wu Yan. She didn't say anything that would spoil the mood. She chatted with Wu Yan about their daily lives. Whenever she saw a shop that caught her eye, she would go inside. She's just like a normal girl, so normal that it's ridiculous. In such a situation, perhaps no one would have thought that the beautiful girl with 2 ponytails who was happily shopping was a magician. Perhaps the two of them chose to forget something that didn't need to appear at this moment. They turned into the most ordinary people, patronizing the shops and walking on the streets like the pedestrians around them. As time went by, Wu Yan, who was responsible for carrying things, had a variety of bags on his body. Even Rin and Osaka had a few bags in his hands. One could only imagine how many shops the two of them had visited. It was worth mentioning. Throughout the whole process, although the two of them didn't speak sweet words like ordinary couples, and even stuck together intimately, their hands were always tightly held. Except for when Rin to Osaka went to buy clothes to try on, they didn't let go for a moment. So, this time, they held hands. The two of them held hands for the whole morning until now. Truth be told, although the two of them did not say anything, they were both very surprised by this situation. Of course, the surprise was different. Wu Yan was surprised that Rin and Osaka didn't dislike holding hands with him. Coming out of the house. From the moment they held hands, Wu Yan thought that Rin and Osaka would shake off his hand soon, or even directly shake off his hand. But not only did Rin and Osaka not do that, she kept holding hands with him. Even after trying on clothes, she would immediately hold hands with him. And Rin and Osaka was surprised by her behavior. She was surprised that she kept holding hands with Wu Yan. She only knew. Every time she let go, she would subconsciously feel a little disappointed, and then she couldn't help but reach out and hold hands with Wu Yan again. This made Rin and Osaka very confused, and he couldn't understand it. After all, she only met Wu Yan a few days ago, and their positions were completely opposite. It was no wonder that Rin and Osaka was confused and surprised that she didn't reject Wu Yan's intimate contact. Maybe, Wu Yan's position in Rin's heart is different from other people's due to the fact that she had sex with him a couple of times. That's not for sure, just like that. The whole morning had passed by, phew. Rin and Osaka sat on a stone bench in the corner of a park with a fountain. She threw the bags in her hands to the side and said with a satisfied expression, "It's so comfortable, of course it's comfortable." She also threw the bags in her hands on the bench. Wu Yan passed one of the 2 drinks to Rin and Osaka with an expressionless face. "You're using my money, of course it's comfortable using other people's money." Rin and Osaka wasn't embarrassed at all, she calmly drank her drink and glanced at Wu Yan. "Anyway, you were so straightforward when you paid the bill, and you didn't seem to feel any heartache when you spent the money. I'm sure you don't care about these things, right? You're quite observant." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "To me, money is just a number. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to waste money, I would have bought the entire Fuyuki City." "Buy Fuyuki City?" Rin and Osaka almost choked on her drink. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. "You're that rich?" "Yeah, unfortunately." Wu Yan shrugged. "I'm the nouveau riche you hate the most, although I don't have any intention of exploding." "Damn it." Rin and Osaka clenched her teeth in frustration. If I knew, I would have bought all the gems in the gem store. You're quite generous when you're spending other people's money. Wu Yan sighed and looked at the fountain in front of them. Well, now that we've gone shopping, arranged a meeting, bought some things, and spent most of our money, shouldn't you tell me why you're looking for me? Rin and Osaka quietly looked at the fountain in front of him. She didn't say a word, her green eyes were emotionless. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said these words. Is there a reason why you're taking back your rank cards? Reason? Wu Yan was slightly surprised. I am here to retrieve the cards because of an important figure in the Magic Association's chronometer tower. Before Wu Yan could reply, Rin Tozaka explained his reason for coming here. He said that as long as Livia and I can bring back the 7 rank cards, he will accept us as his disciples. Even though it's not a dream to have that person as my master, it will be a great help to me. This is a rare opportunity. Rin and Osaka said seriously. That's why I don't need the rank cards. I won't give it up no matter what, but if I can get it, I'll give it a shot. Wu Yan didn't say anything, he continued to look at the fountain in front of him. Rin and Osaka didn't say anything either, she just sat there without saying a word. Actually, I'm in the same boat as you. Wu Yan helplessly said. To you, the job rank card is an opportunity for you to find a good teacher and embark on a good future. As for me, I don't have much need for the job rank card. It is only one of the factors that can give me a chance. Rin and Osaka turned around and stared at Wu Yan. Yes. A chance. Wu Yan leaned back in his chair and looked at the sky. He reached out his hand towards the sky as if he was trying to grab something. He mumbled. A chance to reach the top. A chance to reach the top. Rin and Osaka lowered his head and smiled bitterly. It seems like we have the same reason for wanting the rank cards, that's why I'm the same as you. I won't give up no matter what. Wu Yan placed his hand behind his head. But if I can get it, I'll give it a shot, that's true. Rin and Osaka closed his eyes. Then, what if we don't give up the rank cards? What will you do? Of course I'll take it. What if we don't give it up? Then I'll snatch it before you guys die. Won't you kill us to get the rank cards? This time, it was Rin and Osaka's turn to frown. Are you going to say that you can't do it? My instincts tell me that you're not that naive. Then what kind of person do you think I am? Unscrupulous in order to achieve my goal? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Perhaps, if it was a group of people that I hate, I would have killed them directly. Unfortunately, all of you get along very well with me, so I really couldn't do it, you. Rin and Osaka stared at Wu Yan in shock. After a while, he burst out laughing. Don't think that we'll give up on the rank cards just because you said that, of course. Wu Yan smiled. I said I'll take it. Then I'll be waiting for you. Rin and Osaka's face brightened up. He picked up all the bags on the chair and stood up. Well then, I've achieved my goal. It's time to go. Rin and Osaka waved his hand. Oh right, the two kids aren't in a good mood. Rin and Osaka walked out of the park, leaving Wu Yan alone. He shook his head and laughed. Chapter 1477. Private Suechuan Academy, Elementary School. Ding dong, the bells signaling the end of class reverberated through every corridor, every corner, and every classroom. One by one, the teachers who were in the middle of class dropped their pleasantries and walked out of the classroom with their belongings. This allowed the elementary school students to welcome their favorite time after school. The classroom that was originally filled with silence was now filled with the innocent, lively, and cheerful cheers and clamor of children. The sound of tables and chairs colliding with each other was also heard. It was incomparably lively. To the children who were still in elementary school, after class, the most important daily activity apart from homework and study was to play. At the elementary school level, there weren't any club activities. Thus, every student happily packed up their belongings and walked out of the school in high spirits. In one of the classrooms, Ilya stood up from her seat. While packing her belongings, she placed them all into her school bag like an ordinary child. No one knew that such a small 10-year-old girl was actually a magical girl. However, those who were familiar with Ilya were able to tell that Ilya's ruby-like eyes seemed to have lost their luster today. No, it wasn't only Ilya. Sitting behind Ilya, Mayu was also packing her belongings. Her expression was as cold as ever. One could see from her orange pupils that had always displayed unswerving determination. At this moment, they seemed to have lost their luster. They couldn't be said to be gloomy. But they were extremely depressed. In such a situation, the two beautiful little girls didn't seem to be in a good mood. At a glance, one could tell that they were in a bad mood. This caused the ruby and sapphire wands hidden in Ilya and Mayu's hair to tactfully remain silent. Generally speaking, elementary school students weren't that observant. Even if they noticed this atmosphere, they most likely wouldn't care about it. Because of this, the students of the two little girls walked out of the classroom without paying any attention to it. Only 4 little girls were left behind. One had long black hair that draped over her shoulders. One had 2 pink ponytails. One had a braid that hung down in front of her. The other had golden hair that looked like 2 rounded horns on top of his head. They were in this private Sui Kun Yuan primary school. She was the person who had the best relationship with Ilya and Mayu. As a result, the 4 of them didn't choose to return home immediately. Instead, they gathered nearby and looked at the depressed Ilya and Selena. At the same time, they looked at each other with deep worry in their eyes. However, rather than saying that all 4 of them had their own worries, the 4 of them had their own worries. Or rather, there were only 3 of them. The remaining one looked like he was completely unaware of the situation. He didn't know how to read the atmosphere and went forward. Yo! Ilya! The golden-haired little girl had a bright smile on her face as she fiercely patted Ilya's back like she was hitting a sandbag. It's so slow today. Usually, at this time, he would be running out of the classroom faster than anyone else. Why are you so slow today? Looks like he's not in the right state. Wahahaha. That idiot. Not far away, the other 3 little girls covered their eyes as they couldn't bear to look at it. They let out painful moans. Longzi. Ilya's breath was almost sucked out by this crazy girl called Longzi. At that moment, she couldn't care less about her mood. She quickly blocked the other party's attack and forced out an extremely forced smile. It's not bad to be like this once in a while. No. 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 Longzi immediately shook her finger in disdain. You're definitely not in the right state. PFFF. Before Longzi could finish her sentence, a knife ruthlessly chopped at her head from behind, causing her to fall to the ground. Since you know that you're not in the right state, then don't join in the fun. The pink ponytail girl cruelly stepped on Longzi's body. Then, she acted as if nothing had happened. She scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Ilya. You know, this girl is crazy all day long. Don't mind her words. It's fine. That turtle. Ilya also acted as if she was used to it and shook her head. You're still not going home? Well, let's wait a little longer. That turtle gave such an answer in a perfunctory manner. Then, she finally asked. You don't seem to be in the right state. Are you feeling unwell? It's the same for Mayu. The girl with long black hair also walked over to Mayu, who was silently packing her things, and asked with concern. If you're feeling unwell, we can accompany you to the health room. The teacher is also in the staff office. The girl with ponytails placed one hand on her waist and cast her gaze on Ilya and Mayu. Do you need me to call her over? And no need. Ilya hurriedly waved her hands at each other. I'm fine. Mimi, Finchua, don't worry. I'm fine too. Mayu said indifferently without even raising her head. Don't worry. Is that so? The 3 girls named that turtle, Mimi, and Finchua looked at each other and became silent. At the same time, Mayu also packed her things. She carried her school bag and walked out of the door. I'll go first. Wait. Mayu. Ilya also carried her school bag and followed after Mayu. Seeing Ilya and Mayu walking out of the classroom, the girls present all sighed. What should we do? The little girl named Mimi had a face full of worry. She doesn't look like she's fine at all. Hiding something at such a young age. Be careful not to lose all your hair when you grow up. That turtle crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at the girl with ponytails. Finchua, do you want to follow them? Let's not. Finchua first pondered for a moment. Then, like a little adult, she shook her head. For the time being, let's leave them alone. After walking out of the classroom, Ilya and Mayu changed into their shoes at the shoe cabinet and walked toward the school gate. Along the way, the two of them did not speak. They lowered their heads and did not look at the road in front of them. They kept walking forward, causing the atmosphere between them to become extremely oppressive. Perhaps because she was unable to endure this oppressive atmosphere, or perhaps because she was unable to suppress the confusion in her heart, Ilya was the first to speak. Hey, Mayu. Lowering her head and looking at the ground, Ilya's pair of red eyes were filled with struggle. Mayu, what do you think? Mayu's footsteps imperceptibly paused. However, she instantly recovered. She no longer looked at the ground. Instead, she raised her head and looked straight ahead. Mayu knew what Ilya meant when she said that. However, it was precisely because she knew that Mayu could only reply with those words. I also don't know. Don't know? Ilya's hand that was holding onto the strap of her school bag tightened. Her mood became even more downcast. Then, what exactly should we do? Mayu pondered for a moment. After a long time, she expressionlessly said the same words. I don't know. Even Mayu doesn't know? Then, it seems that I won't be able to find the answer myself. Ilya smiled weakly. As expected, being a magical girl isn't something that can be done just because one wants to. It's so hard. Mayu glanced at Ilya from the corner of her eyes. She took in Ilya's helpless expression into her eyes. You were only swept into this. It's Ruby's arbitrary decision that made you walk on this path. As for you, you don't want to be a magical girl either, right? After saying that, Mayu looked forward again. A trace of determination appeared in her orange eyes. Ilya, if you don't want to fight, you can withdraw. Withdraw? Ilya's body froze on the spot. From the very beginning, you didn't choose to fight according to your own will. Mayu also stopped her footsteps. She turned around and faced Ilya. Thus, even if you choose to withdraw, Ling and Livia won't oppose it. Ilya opened her mouth slightly. However, she was unable to say anything. In the end, she squeezed out those words. Then, what about Mayu? Mayu turned around again. She gave Ilya a view of her back. In a situation where Ilya couldn't see Mayu's expression, she let her voice enter Ilya's ears. I don't know. After leaving those words, Mayu continued to walk toward the door. However, right at this moment, a figure blocked Mayu's path. So that's how it is. So, this is what it means to be in a bad mood. Hearing the voice, Mayu and Ilya immediately raised their heads. When they saw the appearance of the person who came, they were startled and spoke in surprise. Brother Wu Yan? Big brother? Naturally, it's Wu Yan. Chapter 1478. Here. At the edge of the school field, Wu Yan held an ice cream in each hand and placed it in front of Ilya and Mayu. I bought this from the outdoor cafe last time. Although it's not as good as the sundae you had last time, the taste is still top-notch. Thank you. The two girls sitting on the swing stretched out their hands somewhat cautiously and took the ice cream from Wu Yan's hand. They held it in their hands but did not intend to take a bite. They looked like they had a lot on their minds. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. It's rare for me to find out the location of your school and come here to look for you. You don't seem to welcome me. No. It's not like that. Mayu immediately shook her head. I just didn't expect Big Brother to come to our school. Ilya scratched the back of her head and asked suspiciously. But, why did Big Brother come to our school? I'm here to see you girls. Wu Yan squatted down in front of the two girls sitting on the swing and looked into their beautiful eyes. I just heard from a girl with 2 ponytails that the 2 of you are in a bad mood. So, I came to see. Girl with 2 ponytails? Mei Yu was stunned. Is it Rin? Sister Rin? Ilya muttered in bewilderment. You clearly said not to get closer to Big Brother, but you still went to look for Big Brother. Don't get closer to me. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I see. I can probably guess why the 2 of you are said to be in a bad mood. Hearing that, Ilya and Mayo's pretty face seemed to be covered with a layer of haze and sunk. I don't want to fight with Big Brother. Holding the ice cream in her hand tightly, Ilya said with a depressed expression. We are all friends. Why did it become like this? Friends? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. So, you treat me as a friend? To be more precise, he should be an elder brother-like existence. Ilya carefully looked at Wu Yan. Could it be that this is just my wishful thinking? Well, that's not what I meant. Wu Yan quickly shook his head and reached out his hand to touch Ilya and Mayo's heads. Just. It may be so for all of you, but for Miss Lin and that nouveau riche young lady, our position is completely opposite. There's no way to change this. So, we have to fight Big Brother? Ilya closed her eyes, unable to let go. She had a conflicted expression on her face. I don't understand. I really can't understand fighting over some cards or something. I really can't understand it. Seeing Ilya being so willful, both Wu Yan and Mei Yu didn't know what to say. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Unlike Mei Yu, who seemed to have an extraordinary identity, before Ilya met Ruby and became a magical girl, she had been living an ordinary life. He had always lived the life of an ordinary person. He didn't even know about the existence of magic in this world until he met Ruby. Compared to Mei Yu, Ilya was just an ordinary 10-year-old girl. For such a young girl, it was impossible for her to understand a real battle with a person who had once been friendly with her, saved her life, and advised her like a big brother. That was only natural. Not to mention Ilya, Mei Yu had always been a little repulsed by the fact that she had to fight with Wu Yan. From this, it could be seen that Wu Yan's position in the hearts of these 2 little girls was not ordinary. So, what does Mei Yu think? Seeing Ilya throwing a tantrum, Wu Yan turned his head and met Mayo's eyes. You also think that you can't fight with me? Livia took me in. I also promised to take care of her daily life and help her retrieve her cards. Mei Yu couldn't help but look away and bit her lips. So, if Livia wants to fight with me, I will fight. Mei Yu. Ilya looked at Mei Yu in disbelief. You really want to fight Big Brother? I don't. Mei Yu raised her voice slightly and then lowered it again. But if there is no way to avoid fighting, then I will choose to fight. Why is this? Ilya couldn't hide her wavering. Must I fight Big Brother in order to get those cards? Isn't that strange? But. Okay. Calm down first. Seeing that Ilya and Mayo's conversation was getting more and more agitated, Wu Yan's hand that was rubbing their heads exerted force and stood up. He walked to another swing and sat down. Wu Yan crossed his hands behind his head and looked at the sky with a bitter smile. I didn't expect that the battle between us would bring you so much trouble. I didn't think it through. Didn't think it through? Ilya and Mei Yu turned their heads and looked at Wu Yan. As for me, I don't know how long it has been since I seem to have been fighting all the time. As time passed, I started to treat fighting as a normal thing and forgot how heavy the word fighting is to 2 10-year-old girls. Wu Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. Plus, I've already decided that even if I have to fight with you, I won't do anything to you. In the end, I treated the battle with you as a transition. I didn't consider your feelings at all. Today, if I didn't come here to see you because of Rin and Osaka's words, perhaps I would still be heartless. Rin and Osaka and I have a reason to get those class cards. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he was talking to himself. This reason may not be worth mentioning to you, but to us, although we can't say that we can't give up, we can't just ignore it. Plus, our standpoints are different. So, even if we're familiar with each other and have a good relationship, we still can't avoid a battle. Meiyu lowered her eyes as if she couldn't bear to see Wu Yan's current expression. Ilya looked like she still couldn't let go of this matter. Why? That's because. Wu Yan chuckled. Since it's something you need, wouldn't you feel unsatisfied if you don't fight for it? Ilya and Meiyu were stunned on the spot. Battle is just a method. It sounds hard to understand, but if you think about it carefully, we won't kill you. You'll also be merciful. Both of you know this clearly, so why are you afraid of battle? Speaking until here, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were imprinted in Ilya and Meiyu's eyes. The deep color almost made them lose their minds. I think Rin and Osaka must not want to leave any regrets and let us rely on our own abilities to make them hand over the class cards willingly. That's why she chose to battle. It's the same for us. Once we lose to you, we'll hand over the class cards willingly. As if wanting to dispel the haze in the hearts of the two little girls, Wu Yan's voice began to become stronger. By that time, the so-called standpoints will no longer exist. We'll still be friends. That's right. It's just to not let the loser have any regrets. Not to have any regrets. Ilya and Meiyu murmured as if they were sleep-talking. Not all battles are as scary as you think, and not all battles have to have one side fall. We're just like that. Our goal is only to obtain the class cards. Once we've obtained the class cards, there's no need to continue the battle. Therefore, instead of saying it's a battle, it's better to say it's a competition using battle as a method. Wu Yan stood up and came in front of the two girls again. He squatted down and a gentle smile appeared on his face. If you're really worried, how about we go out and play together after the battle? Let's go together. Ilya and Meiyu were suddenly enlightened. That's right. It's not a battle where the loser has to fall to win, is it? The goal is just to obtain the class cards, isn't it? There's nothing to be afraid of in a battle like this, right? Ilya. Meiyu. Seeing the two girls' expressions brighten up, Wu Yan extended his finger. Promise me that neither side will have any regrets, okay? Big brother, brother Wu Yan. Ilya and Meiyu's eyes became bright again. They nodded, extended their hands and hooked their fingers with Wu Yan's. Yes. We won't have any regrets. Under the setting sun, the three of them gradually elongated. Their laughter echoed in the field. Chapter 1479. Eiderfeld family, living room. At the head of the table in the living room, Rin Enben crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked straight ahead with his green eyes. Over there, Ilya and Meiyu stood side by side. They raised their heads and met Rin Enben's gaze. Their eyes and faces were no longer gloomy and gloomy. The only thing they have now is willpower that even Rin and Osaka was shocked by. It was like a flame that was slowly burning. Ilya and Meiyu looked at each other like this for an unknown amount of time. After a long time, a happy smile appeared on Rin Enben's face. Good eyes. Looks like you two are fine now. Yes. Ilya forcefully nodded without any hesitation. Because we promised each other that we won't leave any regrets. I can fight now. Meiyu looked at Rin and Osaka without changing her expression. I will fight with my full strength. Very good. Rin and Osaka's lips curled up in satisfaction. His beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. If that's the case, I can try my best to fight for it. Let's thank that gentleman first. By the side, Livia, who was drinking a cup of black tea, also closed her eyes as she muttered softly. Although we are on different sides, he is indeed a person that we can't hate. Meiyu, fight with your full strength. Yes. Meiyu replied. Rin and Osaka and Livia were happy but helpless at the same time. In the end, the enemy they are about to face helped them and allowed them to fight with their full strength without any worries. Two little magical girls won't hold any grudges against him. This is indeed an ironic thing. However, it was just as Livia had said. No one present could hate such an enemy. In that case, let's temporarily seal away our unnecessary feelings. Rin Enben clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He made a serious declaration. Until the end of the battle, we can only treat them as enemies. Is that okay? Yes. Understood. Elia and Mio replied. However, even if we treat him as a true enemy, there is still no way we can fight against him. Livia put down the cup of black tea in her hand with a solemn expression. Whether it's the tea-haired girl with lightning or the girl with swordsmanship, their strength is unquestionable. They are definitely on par with the association's frontline combat experts. If it's just us. No, even if we ask the association for help, we might not be able to defeat them. That's not the biggest problem, at least. At least, those two girls have revealed their abilities. If they didn't hide anything, we might have a way to counter their abilities. Rin and Osaka sighed. But that man will be troublesome. You're right. Livia clicked her tongue. Magic, martial arts, close combat, long-range combat. That man is proficient in all of them. He has no weakness in any of them. Also, he has enough noble phantoms to fill up an entire armory. Even heroic spirits like Saber and Berserker were defeated by him. There's no way we can come up with a strategy to deal with him. The magic they're using doesn't seem to belong to any system we know of. Sapphire, who was hovering in the air, spoke up. That day, the magic that the other party used to fight against the full-powered attack of the Saber relic is a magic that I've never seen or heard of before. The worst-case scenario is that the other party might still have other powerful tactics hidden up his sleeves. If it's just magic, then it's fine. Ruby floated in the air helplessly. Don't forget about the white flame that can burn time. That might be a magic ability. Now that you've analyzed it, Mio shook her head in shock. Wu Yen Nii-san really is a ridiculously strong person. Doesn't that mean we have no chance of winning? Ilya started to seriously consider their chances of winning. We can't fight against Big Brother. The difference in strength is too big. That's why we need to hold a meeting here. Livia shook her head. What we can be sure of is that if we don't think of a way to deal with that man, we won't be able to win. We definitely can't get the grade card. He's an all-rounder who can deal with any situation. It's not good for us to fight a protracted battle. That's why if we want to win this card battle, we have to decide the winner in a short time. It's best if we focus all of our firepower on the first surprise attack. We have to finish him off with the first shot. Rin and Osaka said in a threatening manner. Then, he slumped his shoulders. That may be the case, but our means are also very limited. After saying that, Rin Tozaka looked at Ilya and Mio. Can the cards you two have on hand be of any use? Yes. Archer won't work. Ilya smiled helplessly. We only have a bow and no arrows. Although we can use other things to replace the arrows and the power of the bow is great, it's nothing compared to the magic that Big Brother used the other day. I think it's almost useless. If it's a caster, it's also very limited. Meiyu replied. It might be useful in certain situations, but Brother Wu Yen Nii has so many tricks up his sleeves. Even if it works, he won't be able to use it again. On the other hand, the opponent has 5 cards: Saber, Berserker, Lancer, Rider, and Assassin. Sapphire's tone gradually turned serious. Even though I don't know what the specific functions of these cards are, but the power of the holy sword that appears from the limited deployment of the Saber is astonishingly powerful, and the Lancer's ability is so terrifying that it can kill in one shot. Compared to our side, their conditions are much better. Moreover, it's the kind of monster that can purely rely on magic as a medium to perform limited expansion. It's a monster that has no time limit when it uses materialized treasures. Ruby Future spread out her hands worriedly. Seriously, this is simply cheating. It's reliable if we're on the same side, but as an opponent, it's too disadvantageous. Although Mio said that, she had a look of admiration on her face. Brother Wu Yen is really amazing. Now is not the time for you to admire him. Rin and Osaka held his forehead as if he had a headache. It would be great if we know when the opponent will attack. Maybe we can come up with some tactics. If it's this. Ilya took out an envelope from her pocket. There might be something in here. Something in here? Rin and Osaka and Livia were slightly taken aback as they looked at the envelope. What is this? Ilya and Mio exchanged glances and answered in unison. A letter of challenge. A letter of challenge? Livia was shocked. Rin and Osaka quickly reached out his hand. Let me see. Rin and Osaka took the letter of challenge from Ilya and opened it. He took out a piece of paper from the envelope and read it together with Livia. Not long after, the two of them raised their heads from the paper and looked at each other. Their faces showed an unprecedentedly solemn expression. Ilya involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What did it say? It's just like what you said. Rin and Osaka placed the paper on the table. It's a letter of challenge. At the scene, all eyes were focused on the paper spread out on the table. There were no passionate words written on it. It was just a simple line of words. Tonight. Midnight. I can confirm the time. Livia stood up with a stern look in her eyes. Tonight at midnight, the other party will come to our door in person to carry out this card battle. We don't have much time left. Rin and Osaka glanced at the setting sun outside the window, then looked at everyone present. Before the opponent comes to us, we must come up with a strategy. Tonight is the time to decide the winner. Hearing this, each of the girls revealed a resolute expression. One thing is for sure, tonight will be a long night. Chapter 1480. A pure black color gradually covered the sky, stars broke through the night sky and twinkled in the night sky, the temperature of the night gradually dropped, the starry sky was exceptionally clear, like fine tears or pearls, sprinkling in the sky, the night sky was clear, the stars were densely embedded in the dark night sky, the little dots of light fused into a faint light. It's not as bright as the sun during the day, nor as cold as the moon, but it's extremely dazzling, bringing a rare tranquility to the night sky. The bright moon above the starry sky was very dazzling. In such a night, people would not think about those sorrowful things in the daytime for the time being. It was very suitable for people to enjoy fragrant tea or coffee and watch the night sky quietly. It's a quiet night. Standing on the balcony, Wu Yan raised his head, his wine-red eyes stared at the starry night sky. From time to time, waves of ripples would appear in his eyes, it's very eye-catching against the night sky. Wu Yan is a true ancestor of vampires. Although he can't reveal his true self only at night, his unique temperament is unique to a true ancestor. Only at night can he reveal his true self to the fullest. Come to think of it, if there was an outsider watching from the sidelines, their attention would be completely taken away by the mysterious aura surrounding Wu Yan. Looking at the night sky that can reveal his true self to the fullest, Wu Yan's heart seemed to have returned to that world where he lived for 3 years, where he had a wife and a daughter, Swordart abbreviated to SAO. In SAO's world, except for the players themselves, everything else is constructed from fake data. Even Wu Yan and Asuna's youngest daughter, Yui. Yui was also born in that world, she's originally a fake life form. However, because it's a constructed world, it's a fake world. So, even if the environment there is beautiful, it's still beautiful. There's nothing strange about it. The night sky of SAO is one of the most beautiful settings in the world. The night sky of SAO is filled with stars every night. It's enough to make the night sky as bright as day, enough to form the Milky Way. Compared to SAO's night sky, the night sky of the real world pales in comparison. The same goes for the night sky in front of him. Although it's filled with stars, it's still not as beautiful as the night sky of the artificial world. However, the night sky in front of him, Wu Yan saw the shadow of SAO's night sky. His thoughts unknowingly returned to that world. His wife and daughters sighed. Asuna. Yui. Wu Yan couldn't help but call out the name that was deeply engraved in his heart. His voice echoed in the cold night sky. However, this call that should not have received a response instead attracted 2 other voices. Asuna? Yui? Yui. Wu Yen quivered and snapped out of his daze. When he saw that it was Hinagiku and Mikoto who spoke, he rubbed his chest and rolled his eyes at the two girls. Don't you know that you can scare someone to death? You're a primogenitor, you can revive even if you die. Yui stared at Wu Yen with her tea-colored eyes. If that's the case, who are Asuna and Yui? If it was in the past, Wu Yen would have laughed and brushed it off. But today, his memories were evoked, and he only gave Hinagiku and Mikoto a gentle smile. He reached out and pulled the two girls into his arms. Well, you two will meet again in the future. What are you doing? Being hugged by Wu Yen, the two Tsundere girls blushed and they started putting up a symbolic struggle. Let go of me already. It's not like you'll die from a hug. Wu Yen teased. Not only did he not let go, he hugged the two slender girls even tighter. Hinagiku and Mikoto almost couldn't breathe properly, but they also felt a suffocating sense of happiness. Knowing Wu Yen, the two girls knew that once Wu Yen decided to act shamelessly, there's nothing they can do about it. Looking at Wu Yan's expression, it doesn't look like he's going to let them go anytime soon. Thus, with a blushing face, they gave up struggling and snuggled into Wu Yan's arms. The wind once again blew across the balcony, gently fluttering the clothes and hair of the man and two women who were hugging each other. It also caused a sense of warmth to rise from the three of them. Wu Yen glanced at Hinagiku and Mikoto's stomachs and he asked. Maybe it's because he's thinking about his wife and children in Sao. By the way, why aren't you two pregnant with my child? Huh? Kid? Child? His sudden question made Hinagiku and Mikoto stunned on the spot, then like a steam explosion, with a bang sound, their faces turned from a faint red to a bright red. Why did you suddenly say such immoral things over there? Hinagiku's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Her eyes were full of shame and anger. Who would be pregnant with your child? That's right. Mikoto's ears turned red, she looked like she's going to faint at any moment. She glared at Wu Yen. What child? I don't want that. You don't want a child? This time, Wu Yen is the one who is stunned. You don't want a child? No. The two girls answered in such a way, but looking at their stuttering and drifting eyes, their hands couldn't help but caress their stomachs. No matter how one looked at it, the answer didn't seem to be what they said. Then again, not pregnant, that doesn't mean it's our relationship. Mikoto's face turned red, she said in a huff. The other sisters aren't pregnant as well, yeah. Hinagiku agreed with Mikoto before looking at Wu Yen suspiciously. It can't be, oh? Hearing Mikoto's words and seeing Chuju's suspicious look, Wu Yen knew what they were trying to say. Are you doubting my ability? At that moment, the hands on Chuju and Mikoto started moving around restlessly. Wu Yen looked at the two girls with a heated gaze. Do you need me to prove it? Why, you're a true ancestor who only knows how to think about random things. Hinagiku pressed down on Wu Yan's hand. She's both embarrassed and annoyed. Behave yourself. Don't do anything stupid. Mikoto's heroic voice started to turn soft like a mosquito's buzz. There's a battle tonight, don't mess around, true. Wu Yen regretfully stopped what he was doing and looked at the direction of Fuyuki City. There's a battle tonight. Hinagiku and Mikoto let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Wu Yen is no longer up to mischief. However, they are also a bit disappointed. What are you going to do tonight? To hide her disappointment, Chuju changed the topic and followed Wu Yan's gaze. With your personality, I don't think you'll really fight them, right? No. Wu Yan shook his head without hesitation. I'll go easy on them, but I'll still fight. I feel like it's a little unfair. Mikoto pursed her lips. Not only is their strength completely incomparable to ours, two of them are children while the other two are girls. In the end, we still went to look for them. It's really uncomfortable, don't forget, you two are girls too. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Plus, you're both younger than Rin and Osaka and Luvia, so there's nothing unfair about it. Don't underestimate them or you'll be at a disadvantage. You're right. Chuja nodded in agreement. Rin and Osaka doesn't look like the type to admit defeat, so I'm sure he'll have a lot of tricks up his sleeves to deal with us. Yeah, we'll also intrude into their territory. Mikoto relaxed a little. Well, we've already gone easy on them. Don't think that only Rin and Osaka and Livia are a threat. Wu Yen smiled meaningfully. Those two girls aren't easy to deal with either. Both Hinajaku and Mikoto were startled and tilted their heads in confusion. Well, Wu Yen didn't explain as he looked straight ahead. I just hope that both sides won't have any regrets. That's what I promised those two girls. Chapter 1481. Midnight quietly arrived. Every household's lights went off. Aside from the street lamps that are still working, looking down from the sky above Fuyuki City, the entire city is almost devoid of light. Everything has sunk into the darkness of the night and returned to tranquility. For the ordinary residents of Fuyuki City, this tranquility is nothing more than an extremely ordinary part of their daily life. It's not worth remembering. However, for the people who are about to participate in a battle tonight, this tranquility is only the calm before the storm. On the side of a certain residential street, the Eiderfelt family's mansion is still brightly lit. The entire luxurious mansion seems to be embellished with bits of light. It's exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. It's also venting the impending tension and unrest. In the main hall on the ground floor, the chandelier on the ceiling is slowly pouring down soft light, illuminating every corner of the place. Four young ladies of varying sizes were standing in the corridor at the top of the stairs in front of them. They were staring in the direction of the door. Their solemn expressions caused a deep oppressive feeling to permeate the air. Today, Rin and Osaka is not wearing her iconic red short skirt. Instead, she's wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of hot pants. She's wearing a red jacket. She looks a lot more serious than before. It's easy to see how serious she is today. Livia is wearing a white one-piece dress. There are some laces on her dress. Compared to Rin and Osaka's light clothing, Livia is more focused on her image. She looks like a rich young lady who's about to go on an inspection tour. However, her face also revealed a grave expression. As for Elia and Mio, they're naturally unable to change their magical girl attire. One red and one blue. Coupled with the wing-like cape, the two magical girls look like two little fairies. They're exceptionally cute. Of course, this is only for today. No one will really care about these beautiful and cute outfits. Although their opponents this time aren't heroic spirits who don't know how to appreciate their attire, what they're about to do is definitely something that no one will be in the mood to appreciate. The main hall is completely silent. Ilya and Mayu gripped their wands tightly. Their expressions were indescribably serious. Amidst this oppressive silence, Irene and Mayu felt a chill down their spine. They're silently waiting. Livia opened her pocket watch and glanced at the time. 1 more minute. This short sentence instantly raised the hearts of everyone present. 1 minute. Rin Enbin clenched his fists and wiped the sweat off his palms as he said nervously. Bring out 120% of your attention. The opponent this time is definitely the most powerful one so far. It's not something that can be dealt with just by showing mercy. Remember to give it your all. Full power. Ilya and Mayu hesitated for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, they nodded vigorously. Just as Rin Enbin had said, the other party was definitely not someone they could deal with even if they showed mercy. If they didn't use their full strength and went easy on him, they would only lose miserably when the time came. Furthermore, with Wu Yan's strength, the group of girls did not think that they would be able to endanger his life even if they used their full strength. Injuring him was already their limit. Therefore, he could not be merciful, and there was no need to be merciful. Just give it your all. Leaving time. Livia stared at the pocket watch in her hand. 5 more seconds. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and tensed up his body. 4. Ilya held her wand tightly and gathered all her energy. 3. A sharp look appeared in Mayo's clear eyes. 2. In the space below, a ripple invisible to the naked eye gradually appeared. 1. The ripple spread out and turned into a hazy halo like raindrops. It was like a dazzling mist. 0. As the countdown ended, the fog that filled the space was still there. 3 silhouettes appeared without a single sound or presence: brown shoulder-length hair, brown irises, orange jacket, denim shorts, heroic spirit soaring. Long pink hair, yellow-green pupils, a white dress, a red jacket, valiant and heroic. Black hair, red eyes, black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. Imposing aura. Without any warning, a man and 2 women stood in a triangular formation and silently appeared under the chandelier, exposing themselves to Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio. One side raised their head while the other lowered their head. The 2 sides looked at each other with different expressions. Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Meiyu had serious expressions. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were calm. As soon as they met, it was clear who had the upper hand. My apologies for the delay. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the 4 girls standing in a row at the top of the stairs. I'm not late, right? Not only are you not late, you're very punctual. Rin Enben replied with a smile. However, there was no humor in that smile. So punctual that we want to complain. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged and looked around. I feel that all of you have made ample preparations, that's right. A crystal-clear gem appeared between Luvia's fingers. In order to entertain our guests. Sign. After chanting the incantation, Luvia abruptly threw the gemstone in her hand. The gemstone gently fell to the ground and hit the ground. Ding. In the next second, the gem shined brightly and drilled into the ground. Bzzz. A huge geometrical pattern suddenly expanded from the floor, instantly covering the entire hall and even the entire mansion. It spread all the way to the courtyard before disappearing with a spin. However, the disappearance of the magic formation didn't mean it didn't work. Both Wu Yan and Mikoto could feel some sort of power within their bodies being restricted. This is... Mikoto, who was standing a step behind Wu Yan, slightly frowned. She raised her hand and a weak electric current started flickering on her hand as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Looking at this scene, Mikoto's frown deepened. Electricity is restricted? Electricity. It's not just electricity. Rin Enben also took out a gem and threw it. Set, start. Suddenly, the beautiful gem turned into a stream of light and shot out, landing on the ceiling above everyone's head. It exploded, scattering a light belt made of pink particles, spreading in the air. Not long after, it enveloped the entire scene. This time, it was Chiju's turn to be confused. The crystal sword in her hand, white cherry, trembled and fell to the ground. What's going on? Hinajaku gasped in shock. It's so heavy. If one looked closely, they would see pink particles wrapped around Chiju's white cherry. It's like a chain between tangible and intangible. It's tightly bound to Chiju's white cherry. It's even moving slowly. Come to think of it, the main culprit behind Hinajaku's white cherry blossoms must be these pink particles. Mikoto's electric current is severely restricted. Chiju's weapon is in a state where it can't be used. Just like that, the 2 girls' strengths were sealed by the other party. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Rin Enben and Luvia with a smile. Looks like you 2 are well prepared. Useful information must be utilized. This is the foundation of battle. Luvia combed her long blonde hair elegantly. This is a magic effect directly activated by a magic formation carved out of the earth veins. The 2 of us spent a total of 5 hours to set it up. Unless you completely erase this terrain, the 2 beside you won't be able to use their abilities and weapons anymore. This effect will only last until dawn, so you can also stall for time until dawn. Rin Enben shrugged, but his gaze shifted to the ground without anyone noticing. Looking at Mikoto and Hinajaku, who was struggling to lift her crystal sword, Rin Enosaka gritted his teeth in his heart. Wu Yan's trio didn't know that Rin Enbin and Livia set up this barrier to seal off the electric current and weapons. However, Mikoto was still able to send out a small amount of electricity. Hinajuku looked like she was having a hard time, but she was still able to wield her white cherry. These two young girls are monsters as well. Chapter 1482. Using the ley lines to draw a magic formation. Wu Yan looked at Rin Enbin as if he remembered something. I see, I almost forgot that Fuyuki City is under the jurisdiction of House Enbin. The so-called ley lines are the veins of the earth. Just like the human body has veins, the earth has its own veins. These veins are called ley lines. In this world, everything that could be called a ley line was connected to the source of endless mana. Therefore, the channels of the ley lines flowed with an unimaginable amount of mana. Due to the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins, it would definitely bring endless benefits to a magician or even a family of magicians. However, if there was a problem with the veins, it would also bring about a huge disaster. Because of this reason, those places where there were earth veins would generally be under the jurisdiction of a magician family. That was to say, they would look after the earth veins and maintain the normal operation of the earth veins so as not to bring a huge disaster to those places where there were earth veins. Under this premise, the magic families in charge of managing the land veins could freely use the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins as a reward for managing the land veins. There is such a ley line under Fuyuki City. The Magus family in charge of Fuyuki City is the House Enbin. Whether it is investigating, using, or managing ley lines, only the Magus family in charge of the ley lines has the means to do so. Rin Enosaka used his status as the manager of the Enosaka family's land veins to borrow the mana of the land veins. Then he used it on the magic formation to create a barrier that can stop Mikoto's electric attack and Hinajuku's weapon. But, that's all he can do. It restricts the electric shock and also restricts the opponent's weapon. But you didn't restrict the mana. Wu Yan raised one of his hands. A whirlwind of mana appeared on his hand. It glowed and illuminated Wu Yan's smirk. That's not surprising. Once your magic power is restricted, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to use your magic power. In this kind of situation, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to do anything. I don't seem to be affected at all. So. Rin Enosaka and Livia both tensed up as they picked up the gems one by one. Next, we will attack you with all our might. After he finished speaking, the two gems flew up into the sky at the same time. Bzzz. As mana gushed out of the two gems, a dazzling light burst out. The entire hall was lit up like the center of the sun. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's vision were blocked. Careful. Chuju and Mikoto covered their eyes with their hands and jumped back. Snipe. Fire. The next moment, Wu Yan and Ko heard a delicate shout. Two magic beams, one red and one blue, pierced through the white space and shot towards them from the left and right. The target is Mikoto, who was the slowest. Boom! Mikoto's vision is completely blocked. Two magical beams mercilessly landed on Mikoto's body and exploded, creating a strong gust of wind that swept through the entire hall. In midair, Elia and Mikoto revealed a nervous expression. Did it work? How could it be that easy? However, the one who replied was a charming voice filled with heroic spirit as usual, causing Ilya and Mayo's nervous expressions to freeze on their faces. Elia, Miyusama. Dodge. At this moment, the ruby and sapphire wands shouted. The two magical girls panicked. They subconsciously followed their instructions and dodged. Almost at the same time, countless black afterimages suddenly shot out from the center of the white hall that was covered by the dazzling light. Carrying sharp whistling sounds, they brushed past Ilya and Mayo's bodies. Without losing any of its momentum, it shot forward and landed on the ceiling. Bam! In an instant, smoke and dust exploded, covering the ceiling that was shot. The ceiling was blown up without any suspense. A corner of the night sky was projected in. Seeing this, Elia and Mikoto's heart palpitated. They looked down at the center of the blinding light. Coincidentally, the blinding light dimmed down and revealed the scene inside. The two magical girls were able to see the original form of the object that almost hit them. Those were extremely fine black particles that could form a wave. Mikoto, who was hit by the magical beams of the two magical girls, stood there unscathed. She turned sideways and stared at the two magical girls with her tea-colored eyes. Around Mikoto, a wave of iron sand was rolling. Like a real wave, it was constantly changing its shape. It was this wave of iron sand that blocked Elia and Mikoto's attack. I'm sorry to tell you that my ability isn't purely for the use of electricity. Mikoto raised one of her hands and aimed it at Elia and Mikoto. I can also control electromagnetic waves and sense the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves. I can also act as a radar. That's why those flashbangs are useless against me. I can also control electromagnetic force and gather the iron sand in the soil. Then, I can use magnetic force to make them move according to my will. Sealing my ability to generate electricity doesn't mean that I've lost my ability to fight. After saying that, Mikoto's hand that was aimed at Elia and Mikoto flickered with faint blue and white lightning. The iron sand swirling around him surged out and violently swung in the air, turning into black whip shadows. Whistling sounds could be heard as they ruthlessly whipped toward Ilya and Mayu. Physical defense fully activated. Elia and Mikoto were alarmed. They raised the wands in their hands and converted all of the magic power provided by the wands into physical defense. That was all she had time to do before the whizzing shadow of the whip struck the bodies of the two magical girls. Bam! Bam! Two consecutive heavy impact sounds reverberated in the air. Ilya and Mayo's small bodies were knocked down as if they were hit by a wall. They heavily smashed into the ground, smashing out two pits. Elia. Mikoto. Rin and Osaka and Livia involuntarily took a step forward and grabbed the gemstones in their hands, intending to support them. Suddenly, several purple magic circles rippled in the air and surrounded Rin and Osaka and Livia. Oh no! Rin and Osaka and Livia's pretty face changed dramatically. Immediately, purple glowing chains shot out from the magic circles surrounding the two magical girls. Like arrows, they spun in the air and formed a circle around Rin and Osaka and Livia. Then, they suddenly tightened. Before Rin, Enbin and Livia could even see the shadow of the purple chains, the chains had already coiled around their slender bodies. When they finally reacted, they could already feel the chains tightening around their bodies. They were tightly bound by the chains of discipline. With their bodies tightly bound, Rin and Osaka and Livia let out a muffled groan at the same time. Then, the commandment lock tightened and pulled the two magical girls up and hung them in the air. Rinjijia. Rinjijia Livia. Elia and Mikoto, who were struggling to get up from the two craters on the ground, saw this scene clearly and their faces changed. Only about a minute had passed since the start of the battle. In a short minute, Rin and Osaka and Livia were captured while Elia and Mikoto were knocked to the ground. Although Rin and Osaka and Livia didn't suffer any injuries, they were bound by the divine commandment lock. With their abilities, they definitely won't be able to break free. It was the same as losing the battle. Elia and Mikoto didn't suffer much damage because they activated the physical defense of their wands. However, they were still dizzy from the impact and couldn't get up. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Damn it. Rin and Osaka and Livia started to struggle unwillingly. I think the two of you should save your strength. In the middle of the hall, Wu Yen, Hinajuku, and Mikoto maintained a triangular formation. None of them were injured, not even their clothes were messed up in the slightest, their expressions were as calm as ever. Wu Yen glanced at the struggling Rin and Osaka and Livia who were hanging in the air and sighed. Although that chain isn't a relic, it's a legendary weapon forged by God. The two of you won't be able to break free with your strength. All right. Wu Yen looked at Rin and Osaka and the others. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1483. Hand over your rank card. The entire place was dead silent, whether it's Iria, Mio who are still struggling to get up from the hole or Rin, Enbin and Livia who are still struggling against the discipline lock, all of them had a serious expression on their face. The gap between them is just too big. Putting aside the difference in strength, Rin Enben had even used the earth vein to restrain the two enemies, but in the end, he had miscalculated. First of all, when they tried to use the flash to block Wu Yan's vision, they chose the wrong target to attack. They miscalculated Mikoto's ability. Mikoto's ability isn't limited to just electricity, she's also capable of controlling electromagnetic waves and electromagnetic force. With the ability to control electromagnetic waves and radar, the flash didn't work at all. Other than that, after her electricity was restricted, Mikoto can still rely on her electromagnetic force to control the iron sand to fight. Even though her strength is restricted, she still has a decent amount of strength. These two reasons caused the battle to tilt towards Wu Yan's side in less than a minute. Rin Enben and the others are in a predicament. Actually, Rin Enben and the others have seen Mikoto use iron sand to fight before. During the battle with the Berserker, Mikoto used iron sand to fight as well. However, at that time, the Berserker had already developed resistance against Mikoto's iron sand due to the 12 trials. The iron sand's effect was almost negligible. Therefore, Rin Enben and Luvia thought that it was just a normal method to contain the Berserker's strength. That's how the battle started to tilt. Of course, the battle has just begun, it's too early to call it a day. Luvia struggled to raise her hand. Her eyes sharpened. Sign. She didn't throw out any gems nor did she use any magic. Instead, she chanted the incantation to release the gems. In the next moment, the area where Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were standing suddenly lit up like stars. With a shake, a belt of light formed by particles gushed out. The three of them were trapped in the center. Wu Yan and Ko didn't expect something like this to happen. They raised their heads in surprise, but very quickly, their heads seemed to have become heavier as they sunk back down. Invisible shackle wedge, a magic formation rippled out from the ground where the three of them were standing. Then, it split into 4 other magic formations. They surrounded the 4 corners of the building, forming a square formation. Then, with the square formation as the center, the light ribbons formed by the particles started spinning like rings of light, turning into a black pillar of light that trapped Wu Yan, Hinajuku, and Mikoto inside. At the same time, a heavy pressure like Mount Tai came down on them. This caught Hinajuku and Mikoto off guard. Their physical abilities weren't that outstanding, and they felt a weight on their shoulders. Their delicate bodies suddenly became incomparably heavy, and they fell to one knee on the ground. This is Chuju and Mikoto, their eyes. A gravity-binding magic formation? Wu Yan resisted the gravity from all directions while looking around the magic formation. Did they bury the gems in the ground beforehand? Even if there's electromagnetic waves, they can't find the gems buried in the ground, right? Rin and Osaka tried his best to free up a hand and tossed out a gem. Set, start. The gem fell to the ground. With a roll, it rolled into the inner part of the invisible shackle. Like a bomb, its whole body shone brightly and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Amidst the explosion, flames and dust engulfed the invisible shackle as well as Wu Yan, Hinajuku, and Mikoto. Now! Rin and Osaka shouted. Fire! Scatter! Ilya and Mikoto, who were still lying in the hole, gave up on recovering from the dizziness. They focused on their vision and raised their wands. They aimed at the center of the fire and smoke. Then, a ring of runes began to undulate from the 2 wands. The runes slid to the top of the wands and turned into powerful magic cannonballs. They shot into the fire and smoke like an avalanche. Bam 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 bam, pink and blue magic cannonballs mixed together and randomly shot into the center of the fire and smoke. Sounds of explosions resounded from the inside, and the wind from the impact blew out from the inside. The ground shook slightly, and the fire and smoke became more vigorous. Almost every mana bullet that Elia and Mayu used was like a real bomb that was constantly thrown into the center of the flames. Explosions rang out incessantly and the ground shook more and more frequently. The black smoke screen had already spread to the entire hall like a thundercloud, stirring up streaks of mana lightning within. After a long time, the shooting stopped. Huff, huff. Ilya and Mikoto stood up from the hole and panted heavily. TSK. Rin and Osaka tried to struggle again, but he couldn't break free from the chains around him. He looked at the smoke and smoke with his green eyes and clenched his teeth. Let's hope it's effective. It should have to take effect. Livia's pretty face was solemn. If it doesn't work this time, the two of us won't be able to help anymore. The two young misses from the magic families have used up all their gems. Since they are bound by the discipline lock, they won't be able to retrieve their gems, so they won't be able to use them. If they can't deal any damage to the enemy this time, they can only continue to be bound and act as bystanders. With so many magic cannonballs, even if that tea-haired girl uses her iron sand control ability to form a defense, she can't keep defending, right? Rin and Osaka didn't answer Livia's question. He continued to look at the smoke and smoke. Under the gazes of Rin and Osaka, Livia, Ilya and Mikoto, the smoke that filled the surroundings gradually dispersed. That is, when the four of them saw the situation inside, their pupils of different colors shrunk at the same time. The originally glossy and beautiful floor had been completely razed to the ground, exposing the ground under the floor. Moreover, it was bumpy and extremely messy. Black smoke and flames were everywhere, as if the scene after a fire. In the middle of the charred land, in the center of the black smoke, pitch-black giant swords were inserted into the ground, forming a square wall of swords, which was also emitting black smoke. Within the wall of black swords, Wu Yen, Hinajaku, and Mikoto are still standing there unscathed. Even the ground they are standing on is still intact, it didn't get razed to the ground. How could this be? Livia's eyes were filled with intense turbulence. Her face was filled with shock. Could it be that the tea-haired girl's iron sand can block so many magic cannonballs? No. That's not the tea-haired girl's iron sand. Rin and Osaka's face turned pale. That's that man's noble phantasm. That's right. The pitch-black huge swords sank into the ground and were absorbed by the crimson ripples. Wu Yen walked out with Chuju and Mikoto. His eyes were indifferent. It's my noble phantasm that blocked the magic cannonballs. It didn't even cause any damage. A drop of sweat slid down Ilya's cheek. How is this possible? Too strong. Mikoto clenched her teeth. It's too strong, there's no way we can win. Since you're well aware of this, then hand over your class card. Hinajaku dispersed the white cherry blossom in her hand, revealing a victorious expression. It's not that you have no chance of winning, it's that we won't lose. You should have noticed it yourself, right? Mikoto scanned the four girls one by one. Yen didn't initiate an attack from the start. In other words, they've already shown mercy. There's no need to continue this fight. Hinajaku advised. Let's just end this battle. Hearing this, Rin Tozaka, Livia, Ilya, and Mio all became anxious. In the end, what should he do? I'll say it again. Wu Yan's emotionless voice echoed. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1484. Rin Enbin, Livia, Iria, and Mio clearly heard the warning. Their hearts started to beat faster. No chance of winning. No chance of winning. His opponent this time was simply too strong. Not only were they as strong as the heroic spirits, but they were also unlike the heroic spirits that used rank cards to materialize. They lost their rationality and only knew how to destroy the enemy in front of them. This time, their opponents had no chance of winning. They were different from the heroic spirits that only relied on instinct to charge forward. This time, their opponents knew how to think. Just this point alone was enough to pose a threat to him. Rin Dosaka looked at Livia before looking at Mikoto, Wu Yen, Hinajaku, and Mikoto. She hesitated for a moment before looking down at Mikoto and Ilya. The hand that was bound by the lock of discipline moved slightly and touched his sleeve. When he touched something, the hesitation in Rin Enbin's eyes became even stronger. In fact, there was a gem hidden in Rin Enbin's sleeve. It was the level 8 magic crystal that Wu Yen gave him that day at the coffee shop. This magical crystal had already been remade by Rin Enbin, and not only did he remove all the mana in it, but he also removed all the mana in it. He had even infused it with the most powerful spell that Rin Enbin knew. Coupled with the powerful magic within the magic crystal, once it was used, its power would be comparable to a heroic spirit relic's attack. That was Rin and Osaka's true trump card. However, if possible, Rin Enbin did not want to use it. It was not that Rin Enbin did not want to use the gem, nor was it that he wanted to show mercy. It was just that he knew how powerful it was. Once he used it, he would not be able to stop. In this mansion, the area was limited. The people on his side would definitely be involved. Or even worse. The entire mansion could not be saved. Unless he wanted to risk his life, who would not hesitate before using such a dangerous item? However, if he did not use it, with the current situation, there was no chance of winning. Thinking about this, Rin Enbin's eyes turned vicious. Don't die, everyone. Then, Rin and Osaka curled his finger. He pulled out the jewel in his sleeve. However, just as Rin and Osaka was about to release the spell within the gem in her hands suddenly disappeared. What? Rin and Osaka's body trembled. This is something that Yen gave you. How could Yen not take precautions against it? Chuju slowly walked out from behind Rin. Her yellow-green eyes glanced at Rin as she tossed the gem in her hand. Let me take care of this for the time being, you. Rin and Osaka was shocked. You, when did you? Indeed, without a weapon, my battle prowess will plummet, unlike Mikoto who can still display considerable strength. Chuju smiled sweetly. But, even if I don't have any combat skills, it doesn't mean that I don't have any other skills. I just happen to be good at speed, specialized in speed. Moving from the bottom to here in the blink of an eye. That was no longer speed, but teleportation. Rin and Osaka and Livia were both stunned speechless for a long time. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the two women by that man's side. Let me see. Chuju started touching Rin and Osaka and Livia's body. Wait. The two girls panicked. What are you doing? Chuju ignored Rin and Osaka and Livia's protest and continued to touch their body. Looks like the rank card isn't with you, then. Mikoto turned her gaze to Elia and Mio who weren't far away. The rank card is with you too, right? Hearing this, Elia and Mio instinctively revealed surprised and vigilant expressions and retreated. Bzzz, the purple magic array fluctuated from the void once again and stopped behind the retreating Elia and Mayu, blocking their path. Before Elia and Mio could react, the discipline lock extended from the formation and wrapped around their limbs. It tightly tied them up and lifted them off the ground. It's over. Rin and Osaka and Livia showed a bitter expression. It's over. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other, a trace of helplessness appeared in their eyes. At this point, Wu Yan's cold expression slowly turned gentle. He walked up to the two struggling girls and opened his mouth in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Thank you for your hard work. After speaking, Wu Yan looked at Mio's determined and relieved eyes. Then, he reached out his hand and took out a card from the card holder on Mio's thigh. It's a card with a picture of a black-robed sage holding a staff and the word caster inlaid at the bottom. Rank card, caster, a card made with a very high magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit corresponding to the card's rank. The usage method is as follows: limited expansion, using the magic attire as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. Materialize the heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the rank card and use it for a short period of time. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Parallel limited expansion, with multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes. Multiple heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Dream summoning, using oneself as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. Summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and materialize it on the user's body. It can transform the user into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit is the rebellious witch in Greek mythology, Medea. Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker, a dagger that can break all magic. It's the ultimate magical relic. It can restore objects strengthened with magic and life created with magic to their original state. Its attack power is weak. It only has the lethality equivalent to an ordinary knife. However, its effect in breaking contracts is outstanding. Finally, after putting away the Caster rank card, Wu Yan looked at Ilya. Give me the Archer rank card as well. Ilya clenched her teeth and struggled with all her might, trying to break free from the lock of discipline. She had no intention of giving up at all. At the same time, Wu Yan extended his hand again and reached for the card on Ilya's thigh. No. Unexpectedly, Ilya's face was filled with excitement as she shouted loudly. I don't want. Ilya. Mio, Rin and Osaka, and Livia looked at Ilya, who was abnormally agitated in surprise. Even Chuju and Mikoto were a little stunned. Ilya. Seeing Ilya's agitated appearance, Wu Yan frowned. It's already over, don't. Ilya lowered her head and covered her eyes with her snow-like bangs. I definitely don't want. Everyone looked at each other in dismay when they saw Ilya acting like this. Is that so? Wu Yan was the only one who asked with an indifferent expression. Why? Because. Ilya's deep and low voice sounded from below her bangs. Because, as if she was malfunctioning, Ilya kept repeating the same word. It seemed like she was preparing for something. What's wrong? The girls all felt that something was amiss. Ilya? Standing before Ilya, Wu Yan also frowned because of that strange feeling. Because. Maintaining her suspended appearance, Ilya slowly raised her head and opened her eyes. Ilya's emotionless and cold voice sounded in everyone's hearts. Because, didn't we make an agreement? Because, everyone's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. That was because Ilya's originally ruby-like red eyes had turned golden at this moment. Bang! In the next instant, with Ilya as the center, a gale swept forth. Chapter 1485. Promise me that both of us won't have any regrets, okay? When Ilya saw the hand reaching toward her as if to end this battle, the first thing that came to her mind was the voice that made the promise with her. That's right, from the start, this battle wasn't a battle of life and death. It was to make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. No matter which side it is, even though they can't give up on the class card, they still won't give it up if they can obtain it. Thus, in the end, the battle began, to make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. To be honest, Ilya doesn't want to fight Wu Yan. When Ilya saw Wu Yan's hand reaching towards her, intending to take away her last class card, she secretly sighed in relief. This way, the battle is over. I don't need to fight Big Brother anymore. I've collected all my class cards. From now on, I don't need to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Ever since Ilya nearly lost her life in the battle against the Berserker, she already had this thought in her mind. To Ilya, losing one's life in battle is too strange. She can't understand it at all. Part of the reason why he resisted the idea of fighting Wu Yan was because of this idea. Now, the battle is finally coming to an end. There's no reason to fight anymore. No need to fight anymore. Ilya, who was completely relieved, unintentionally looked in the direction of Rin Enbin and Livia as she waited for her class card to be taken away. On the staircase, Rin Enbin and Livia, who were tightly bound by the discipline lock, stared at this side. Their eyes were filled with disappointment, regret, helplessness, and a little bit of unwillingness. They came to Fuyuki City to collect their class cards because of the Magic Association's Time Tower mission. The class cards fell into Wu Yan's hands. Then. This means that their mission will be declared a failure. Once the mission is declared a failure, Rin Enbin and Livia won't be qualified to become the disciple of the second Magus. Helplessness. Regret. That's natural. Ilya could clearly see the helplessness and regret in her eyes. His heart trembled violently. This battle was originally created so that no one would have any regrets. He had indeed lost, but the rank card hadn't been taken away yet. Himself. How could he give up just like that? To fight for the sake of not leaving behind any regrets. Therefore, before the in-service card was taken away, even if it was for Big Brother, for Big Sister Ling, and for Big Sister Livia, she absolutely could not give up in advance. Because, didn't we make a promise? In that instant, Ilya sensed. Something in his heart seemed to have broken. That thing that seemed to have been sealed in his body for many years finally burst forth, boom. In the vast hall, a shockwave-like strong wind suddenly surged, turning into the most violent wind wave, regardless of whether it was friend or foe. With Ilya as the center, a frightening wave of air rose from her petite body. Like a storm, it swept out and affected the entire scene. Boom! Wu Yan, who was the closest to Ilya and standing before her, did not expect this at all. He was unable to react in time, and the violent shockwave was like an iron hammer. It heavily smashed into his body and sent him flying. Ugh! The situation was too sudden. Wu Yan did not even have the time to think about what happened. His body was hit by the shockwave and he was sent flying. He only stopped when he was far away from Ilya. This is... After stabilizing himself, Wu Yan looked at Ilya, who had become the center of the storm, with astonishment. Ah! Mio, Rin and Osaka, and Livia, who were bound by the chains of discipline, also cried out in surprise as the wind blew. What's going on? Chuju and Mikoto returned to Wu Yan's side. They looked at Ilya with astonishment. What happened to her? Wu Yan did not answer Chuju and Mikoto's question. His wine-red eyes were fixated on Ilya, who was suspended in midair with her head lowered like Jesus. He clenched his fists. The storm that surged out from Ilya's body was all magic power. It was enough to rival the magic power of the saber, which could form a dense magic fog. This is troublesome. The storm-like magic power was like a pair of wind wings that erupted from Ilya's back and set off a stormy wave of wind. Kacha, from the center of the dense magic power storm, such a sound echoed. That was the sound of the discipline lock created by the gods cracking. As though it was hit by an invisible force, the commandment lock wrapped around Ilya's body trembled, and the purple light on its surface dimmed completely. Bang! Ilya didn't even move. The chains of discipline wrapped around her body suddenly exploded into fragments that filled the sky and scattered in every corner of the scene. Everyone present looked at this scene in shock. But an even more shocking scene was yet to come. The magic power storm that swept through the entire scene revolved and completely withdrew into Ilya's body. Her head was lowered and her expression could not be seen. A layer of gentle light covered her body. Ilya! The ruby cried out in shock, but Ilya let go of it without hesitation and it fell to the floor. Soon after, Ilya raised her head and revealed her golden pupils. Expressionlessly, she took out a card from her body. Then, the gentle light on her body melted and poured into the ground. Like a beating heart, it rose and fell and formed a red magic formation that resembled a circular door. Dream summoning. Following this emotionless and cold voice, the card in Ilya's hand turned into light particles that slowly dissipated into the air and entered Ilya's body. Bzzz, the door-like circular magic array spun, and dense mana storms emerged from the magic array and flowed into Ilya's body. In the next moment, dazzling light erupted from Ilya's body. Within the dazzling light, Ilya's clothes gradually disappeared. Her petite body was covered in a layer of magic power flames. The flames started burning all over Ilya's body. As if they were condensing something, they began to fluctuate. By the time the magic power flames disappeared, Ilya's clothes had completely changed. There was a black skin-tight garment on her chest. It covered Ilya's chest and exposed everything below her chest. She wore a short red jacket that could only cover her shoulders and arms. She wore a pair of black tights that reached her ankles, and a red skirt with a slit in the front that looked like a cloak. Her snow-white hair was tied behind her head. The skin on her neck flickered with a pearl-like luster under the light. Ilya's field? Foam? Eins Balin, level 75, Wa. Mio, Rin Enban, Luvia, and the others opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Dream summoning? It can't be. Hinajaku and Mikoto's expression changed as well. Isn't that the last of the 3 ways to use the class card? Using oneself as a medium to materialize the power of the heroic spirit on oneself? Doesn't Ilya only know how to use the limited expansion class card? Why would she use the dream summoning? No one could answer this question. Ilya, who was as cold as an iceberg, didn't give anyone the time to think about it. Tracian, projection begin. An illusory halo formed by magic power formed a faintly discernible spherical object. It flashed in Ilya's hand. Ilya's emotionless gaze shot over like an arrow. A black longbow formed in the faintly discernible magic light ball and fell into Ilya's hand. At the same time, a sword that gradually became thinner appeared in Ilya's hand. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan's expression tightened and he shouted. Back off. Boom. At the same time, a laser-like arrow was released from Ilya's bow. The arrow tore through space and it arrived in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It sounded like a gunshot. Boom, like a missile, the laser-like arrow exploded and burst into flames. It engulfed Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Chapter 1486. Looking at the area filled with flames below them, Rin and Osaka, Luvia and Meiyu were dumbstruck. What happened? Luvia had a dumbstruck expression. She had no reaction at all. Ilya. Rin and Osaka turned his gaze to Ilya, whose eyes had turned golden. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well. An intense fluctuation appeared in his eyes. How could this be? Even Meiyu was unable to maintain her usual indifference. Shock filled her little face. At this moment, Ilya's 3 companions were all shaken. They looked at Ilya, who gave them a completely unfamiliar feeling, and looked at each other in dismay. Evidently, they were also unable to understand why Ilya would undergo such a change. What they were certain of is that Ilya used a class card and completely transformed herself into a heroic spirit. In other words, the current Ilya has become an existence akin to a heroic spirit. This is a lie, right? This was the only thought that Rin and Osaka, Luvia, and Meiyu had right now. But at this moment, the expression of Ilya, who was holding the black longbow, changed. Her empty hands suddenly moved, and a strangely shaped dagger that resembled one of the extremes of taiji appeared in her hand. Tightly holding the short blade in her hand, Ilya fiercely swung it. Bringing forth a sharp gale, the short blade ferociously hacked at a certain space beside her. The sharp short blade streaked across space. When it was about to reach a certain location, the space there suddenly fluctuated. A black silhouette appeared without any warning. Holding a nimble long blade, that black silhouette met the incoming short blade head-on without any hesitation. Clang! The long blade and short blade collided. A thunderous sound of collision mixed with ripples of energy rapidly spread out. The ripples of energy struck Ilya and the black silhouette holding the long blade. Pang! Both Ilya and the black silhouette retreated several steps at the same time, creating a distance between them. This allowed Ilya to clearly see the black silhouette's true appearance. Naturally, it was Wu Yan, strength. You've become a lot stronger. Wu Yan curled his lips. A trace of graveness could be seen in his eyes. He looked at the pair of emotionless golden eyes that were looking at him. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. You are Ilya, right? Ilya didn't say a word, as if she didn't know Wu Yan. She took a step, and with a faint stomping sound, she turned into an afterimage and charged at Wu Yan. In one hand, he held a short knife that looked like one of the extremes of Tai Chi. In his other hand, the black bow suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a matching dagger. Holding a pair of black and white short swords, Ilya raised them above her head and she slashed down at Wu Yan's head with an expressionless face. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he wanted to kill Wu Yan. Ilya. Seeing Ilya's merciless manner, he felt a chill run down his spine. Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Mio, and the others turned pale with fright. Don't worry. Such a voice entered Rin and Osaka and the other two's ears. Chuju and Mikoto appeared at an unknown time. They stared at the two people fighting below and spoke without turning their heads. That little girl won't be able to hurt Yen. As if to verify the authenticity of Chuju and Mikoto's words, Wu Yen looked at the two daggers that were rapidly enlarging in his eyes. He clenched his fist and faced the charging Ilya from afar. A punch was thrown. The space in front of him shook violently. A sharp piercing sound could be heard. It was as if an invisible cannonball was shot out. With a sharp piercing sound, it violently shot out and collided with Ilya's dagger. Boom! The dagger that was hacking down stopped and collided with the invisible cannonball. The rebound force caused the dagger to tremble unceasingly. It was almost knocked out of Ilya's hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the dagger stopped, it was Wu Yan's turn to attack. His figure turned into a black shadow. Like a viper coming out of its hole, he moved to Ilya's side. Wu Yan tightly held Nyedan no Shana in his hand. Like a club, he directly smashed it towards Ilya's shoulder. Seeming to be able to sense the sharpness of the incoming attack, Ilya expressionlessly threw away the dagger in one of her hands and extended her free hand in the direction where Shana of the Niao Temple came from. 7 blazing rings, lawayas. In an instant, a pink petal bloomed in Ilya's raised hand. Clang! Nyedan no Shana that carried a sharp edge ferociously chopped at the pink petal. The two collided. Nyedan no Shana seemed to have chopped at a wall, causing a clear sound of metal clashing. A cold glint flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. He twisted the arm holding Nyedan no Shana. With a bang, a burst of red lotus flames suddenly ignited on the dagger. The flames of the red lotus surged out like a tidal wave. Through the blade of Nyang Dian Shana, the flames climbed onto the flower shield called 7 blazing rings, lawayas. With a strange spin, the flames trickily spread and burned towards Ilya. At this moment, Ilya slightly frowned. Then, her expression became more and more indifferent. Ilya straightforwardly abandoned 7 blazing rings, lawayas, and allowed it to be covered by the red lotus flames. She leaned to the side and suddenly moved. Her body passed through the gaps between the petals of 7 blazing rings, lawayas, and rushed towards Wu Yan like a ghost. A faintly discernible light flashed in her hand. Once again, a pair of black and white daggers appeared in Ilya's hand. With a ka-chi sound, the daggers cut through the air and ruthlessly chopped towards Wu Yan's neck. Clang! As the daggers fell, Wu Yan did not dodge. With an expressionless face, he waved Nyedan no Shana and collided with the daggers. Once again, a clear sound was heard. However, in terms of strength, even if Ilya had transformed into a heroic spirit, it was absolutely impossible for her to compete with Wu Yan unless her dream summon was of a berserker rank card. Bam! Therefore, at the same time when the agile long sword collided with the black and white daggers, a vast force shattered the daggers in Ilya's hands. Ilya's pupils shrank. However, before she could react, Wu Yan raised his other hand, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards Ilya like a thunderbolt. It was such a short distance attack and the one who attacked was an existence like Wu Yan. Even with the strength of a heroic spirit, Ilya could not dodge in time. Fortunately, although Ilya had transformed into an archer, the heroic spirit corresponding to the archer rank card was also extremely experienced in close combat. At that moment, almost like a conditioned reflex, Ilya raised her hand. A light flashed from her hand and turned into a dagger to block the incoming fist. Bam! In a muffled sound, the fist carrying a terrifying force was like an iron hammer that heavily smashed onto the dagger in Ilya's hand. Bam! The dagger shattered and scattered like powder. Ilya's slender hand also directly bore the remaining force, causing pain to her palm. The pain from her hand made Ilya frown. However, she still maintained an expressionless look. She turned her palm, spread out her 5 fingers, and pushed her palm towards the void in front of her as if she was clapping. She actually borrowed the force of this blow to turn around and hit Wu Yan's chest with her palm. Such rich close combat awareness made Wu Yan surprised and bewildered. Soon after, an interesting expression appeared on his face as he suddenly punched Ilya's palm. "Pa!" Ilya bent her elbow and dodged Wu Yan's punch. Then, she clenched her hand and the black and white daggers flashed in her hand again. She spun in the air and slashed at Wu Yan like a spinning top. Clang 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 clang, in the face of Ilya's ever-changing and skillful attacks, even with Wu Yan's skills, he no longer continued to fight with his bare hands. He could only raise his Nyendan Temple Shana. Under Ilya's violent attacks, he retreated while brandishing his sword to counter her attacks, neutralizing all of her attacks into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan and Ilya exchanged a dozen blows. Even though Ilya took the initiative to attack, Wu Yan still managed to parry all of her attacks. For a moment, swords and sabers clashed, and the attacks were all fierce. Looking at the situation, if one of them was careless, one of them would suffer serious injuries. From the looks of it, the battle no longer looked like a competition for something. This was the real battle. Chapter 1487. Bang! Fierce magic power gushed out like a shockwave, pushing back Ilya who was attacking him. Ilya raised the black and white daggers in her hands and blocked the magic power wave that was rushing towards her. Protecting her slender body, she flew back and pulled away from Wu Yan who had ignited the magic power in his body. She lowered her body slightly and a vigilant look flashed across her golden eyes. Waving the Nyama no Shana in his hand, Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked at Ilya who was standing opposite him. Looking at her expressionless face, he frowned slightly. The Ilya in front of him did not look like the Ilya he knew at all. In the original plot, there was also a time when Ilya was fighting against a certain heroic spirit. Due to her own danger, she mutated and did not know how to use Dream Summon, so she used the Archer class card to perform Dream Summon. In the original plot, due to her own crisis, Ilya mutated and transformed into an Archer heroic spirit. She was exactly the same as this Ilya in front of him. However, why did Ilya mutate like that? Why was she able to use the Archer class card to perform the Dream Summon without knowing how to use the Dream Summon? Wu Yan did not know. What he could be sure of was that the Ilya in front of him was definitely not Ilya herself. After all, it was impossible for Ilya to attack him so fiercely and mercilessly when fighting him. It was also impossible for her to be so cold and taciturn. Either this Ilya in front of him was someone else. Either Ilya has lost her original consciousness and is using some unknown method to fight against me. What Wu Yan cared about the most was the pair of black and white daggers that Ilya had been using since the beginning had been broken who knows how many times. There was also the petal-shaped light shield that Ilya had used not long ago, known as the 7 blazing rings. They were all noble artifacts. Not only the black and white daggers and the petal-shaped light shield, even the bow that Ilya used in the beginning and the arrow that was shot out. They were all noble artifacts. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, it was a relic used by the heroic spirit of the archer that Ilya had transformed into. It looked like they were all replicas. It was a replica of another heroic spirit's relic. Of course, it didn't matter if it was fake or not. Those were all noble phantoms. Even if they were not as good as those genuine noble phantoms, their level and power were definitely inferior. However, they were superior in that they could be discarded at will and copied at will. Before their mana was exhausted, they would be inexhaustible, which was very convenient. In fact, the black and white dual blades that Ilya had been using had been shattered many times, but Ilya was still able to replicate them. After transforming into a heroic spirit, Ilya's strength was indeed extraordinary, to the point where Wu Yan had no choice but to take her seriously. Then, taking a deep breath, Wu Yan's majestic mana burst out from his body. Just a little, let's get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, purple magic arrays appeared around Wu Yan one after another. These magic arrays then took aim at Ilya like turrets. Ilya was secretly shocked. In practically the blink of an eye, from one of the purple magic arrays, a chain glimmering with purple lights suddenly turned into a fuzzy black line like a viper. It pierced through space and shot toward Ilya who was not far away. The tip of the chain was abnormally sharp. Moreover, it was faintly flowing with dense mana. Hearing the sharp sound of the chain piercing through the air as it shot over, it was clear that if one were to be pierced by it, it would be no different from being struck by a sharp sword. One's body would definitely be pierced through. Because of that, Ilya did not dare to be careless with the chain piercing through space. Tracian, projecting, raising her small palms forward, the black and white dual blades directly dissipated in the air. As if she was holding onto something, Ilya clenched her hand. A ray of light flickered from her palm and turned into a black longbow. At the same time, her other hand also flickered with light and turned into a spiral-like longsword. The spiral-like longsword gradually became thinner and turned into an arrow. Ilya placed it on the bow and aimed at the incoming chain. Boom! Immediately, magic power surged to the tip of the arrow, and as Ilya released her grip, the arrow turned into a beam of fire amidst a gunshot sound. It shot out and collided with the incoming chain head-on. Bang! A deep and muffled explosion sound was heard. A ring of flame-like energy ripples shook and reverberated in the air. As if an explosion had occurred in midair, a wave of fire was set off. However, the wave of fire did not last for long before it completely exploded. That was because, like the chain from before, 3 black silhouettes shot out from the other side of the wave of fire. Like crossbows, they pierced toward Ilya with sharp whistling sounds. Coldly looking at the 3 black silhouettes shooting toward her, Ilya waved her hand and 3 black longswords rapidly condensed in her hand. Then, they turned into arrows and were placed on the bow by Ilya again. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of muffled gunshots, 3 arrows suddenly shot out like lasers and collided head-on with the 3 chains. Clang! 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 This time, there was no explosion. When the chains and arrows collided, a burst of metallic sounds accompanied by sparks shook the atmosphere. Seeing that the battle seemed to be in a deadlock, Ilya's emotionless golden eyes flashed with inconceivable impatience. Soon after, Ilya extended her hand once again. Tracian, projection begin. An astonishing burst of magic power burst forth from Ilya's hand. That was magic power more astonishing than any of the treasured artifacts that Ilya had replicated so far. Boundless magic power fluctuated and dazzling light flashed from Ilya's hand. A short moment later, a sword was condensed. It was a sword that seemed to be completely forged from gold. The sword's edge was golden, the sword's hilt was blue, and the sword's body was flowing with a chilly sharpness. Seeing such a sword, regardless of whether it was Wu Yan who was standing opposite Ilya or the many girls watching from the sidelines, all of their eyes trembled. It was none other than the Excalibur. Ilya had replicated the Excalibur. When she held the Excalibur in her hand, the Excalibur turned into a beam of light and condensed into a beam of light that was only as wide as a finger. Then, Ilya knocked the beam of light that was as wide as a finger on her bow. Bzzz. The space around the bow began to tremble violently. A circle of terrifying mana ripples slowly emerged from all directions and converged toward the tip of the arrow formed by the Excalibur. It was like a circle of shrinking ripples that condensed toward the tip of the Excalibur arrow. What a terrifying magic power compression. Rin Enbin, Luvia, and Mio revealed an astonished expression. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto involuntarily called out. Wu Yan's expression also changed greatly. He leaped and retreated. Of course, Wu Yan did not plan to run away. While retreating, terrifying magic power erupted from Wu Yan's body like a flash flood. A vast amount of magic power rapidly rushed through the space and unceasingly rushed toward the sky like a tide. With a spiral, it turned into a whirlpool like a black hole. The whirlpool gradually rotated. Every time it rotated, it would emit a fiery red luster. Not long after, bright red light filled the entire whirlpool. In the end, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura like a volcanic crater that was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, Ilya's expression fluctuated a few times. Then, her expression suddenly became serious. She focused, aimed, and released the arrow in her hand. Boom! A sound more oppressive than any of the previous arrows released by Ilya resounded through the sky. The many girls on the stairs covered their ears in shock. Soon after, the arrow of light carrying terrifying magic power ripples violently shot out. The speed of the arrow of light was so fast that it could even penetrate the obstruction of space. In a flash, it carried an astonishing amount of magic power and appeared only a few meters away from Wu Yan. Looking at this terrifyingly powerful attack, the faces of Rin Enbin and the others instantly paled. Even if they weren't in the center of the battlefield, they could still feel the terrifying power contained in the arrow of Excalibur. If they were hit by it, they would definitely die. But as the target, Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes. The magic power on his body suddenly revolved and poured into the fiery red whirlpool in the sky. An equally powerful and terrifying flow of mana surged out of the vortex and into the surroundings. Awaken Titan's hand. Following a shout, a huge fiery red arm over 10 meters long emerged from the red whirlpool. The moment that fiery red arm emerged, the surrounding space violently shook like an avalanche. Under the horrified gazes of many onlookers, the huge fiery red arm emitted an unusually strong pressure and mana fluctuation as it ruthlessly swung its fist at the Excalibur arrow that was shooting towards it. Boom! In the next breath, two attacks that contained an extremely frightening might collided in the air above the spacious hall. A thunderous roar resounded through the entire sky of Fuyuki City. Chapter 1488. Boom! An earth-shattering roar, centered on the Eiderfeldt's mansion, resounded throughout the night sky of Fuyuki City. Like an earth-shattering thunder, many people in Fuyuki City were awakened from their sleep, and they broke out in cold sweat. Even the residents of Fuyuki City had such an impact, let alone the many girls who were still in the mansion of the Eiderfeldts. The deafening noise was even worse. Even though they were prepared, many of the young girls watching from the sidelines were still shaken to the point that their ears buzzed. Even their vision became slightly blurry. At the point where the two extremely ferocious attacks collided, wave after wave of substance-like shockwaves crazily spread in all directions. Even space itself had become slightly distorted under this frightening shockwave and collision. It was an extremely frightening sight. Mikoto. Seeing that the shockwave was about to hit them, Chuju quickly shouted. Understood. With a single leap, Mikoto arrived in front of all the girls. With a wave of her hand, a wave of black iron sand gushed out from the ground. With a wave, it condensed into a thick wall, protecting all the girls inside. Boom! The oncoming storm mercilessly hit the wall made of iron sand, causing the black iron sand wall, which was at least 10 centimeters thick, to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear on the side of the wall that was directly hit by the storm. Below, Wu Yan, who was at the center of the shockwave, immediately waved his hand, and the space ripple of the Gate of Babylon expanded from the ground, and a huge black sword emerged from it, forming a sword wall to block the shockwave. Ilya also raised a hand and used a relic called 7 Blazing Rings, Lawayas. Pink flower petals blossomed and blocked in front of Ilya. Rumble, unfortunately, the Eiderfeldt mansion wasn't so lucky. Under the impact of the shockwave and the collision of the two attacks, the mansion's walls were shattered. Without any suspense, the walls of the Eiderfeldt mansion collapsed and scattered into rubble. The ceiling exploded in an instant, and the ground cracked inch by inch. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground shook violently. Boom! Not long after, the entire mansion exploded under the impact of the shockwave and the shockwave. With a loud explosion, an even more intense wave of fire was set off. The entire mansion was turned into a pile of rubble, under the protection of the iron sand wall. Although the girls were fine, they were still attacked by the shockwave and the shockwave. They screamed and hid behind the wall. They didn't even dare to move. The chains of discipline that bound Rin Enbin, Mikoto, and Ruvia had disappeared at some point. The three girls were hiding behind the black iron sand wall just like Hinajaku and Mikoto, hugging their heads with their eyes closed. Their minds were blank. The gravel flying in all directions was like bullets, wreaking havoc in the surroundings, and some even shot out explosively. Some moved like tornadoes, some moved back and forth, and some fell from the sky and smashed onto Hinajaku, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Mio, and the others, causing them to cry out in pain. Wu Yan and Ilya, who were at the center of the shockwaves, were also engulfed by the shockwaves. The other girls couldn't see what happened to the two of them. Therefore, no one noticed that the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, lawayas, was being activated. Ilya, who was resisting the storm and waves of fire, suddenly lost focus in her emotionless golden eyes as though they had turned sluggish. At the same time, Ilya felt that her vision became blurry. In the next moment, Ilya lost her consciousness for a brief moment. The shockwave and fire that filled the entire Eiderfeld mansion continued to wreak havoc for an unknown amount of time. Only then did it slowly fade away, the area that was blinded by the shockwave. Gradually, it became clearer and clearer. Behind the iron sand wall, a group of young girls peeked their heads out, their hearts palpitating as they looked ahead. The originally luxurious residence had long since been reduced to charred rubble. Raging flames spread in the surroundings. The entire mansion has been turned into ruins. In the ruins filled with raging flames and scattered rubble, Wu Yan just so happened to walk out from the wall of pitch-black greatswords. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. Although he looked a bit wretched, he didn't receive any injuries. Seeing this, Hanajuku and Mikoto's faces relaxed. Rin Tozaka and Mio also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's great that he's fine. Only Livia was frowning as she looked around the ruins. Just when everyone thought that she was feeling heartache over the destruction of her home, Livia said such a sentence. "Where's Ilya Fischl?" Hearing that, the girls were startled. They finally reacted and hurriedly swept their gazes forward. After searching for a while, not a single one of them discovered Ilya. Ilya. Rin, Enbin and Mio couldn't help but stand up and rush out. Chuju, Mikoto and Livia also hurriedly followed. "Where's Ilya?" The girls all came to Wu Yan's side. Rin, Enbin and Mio anxiously asked. "Where's Ilya?" "Ilya?" Wu Yan was startled. He frowned and looked around. Indeed, no matter where he looked, he didn't see Ilya's figure. "No, it can't be." Rin Enbin panicked. "It can't be that she's already, impossible." Wu Yan denied. "I saw Ilya using a defensive noble artifact. Moreover, the attack didn't directly affect Ilya's body. It's hard to say whether she's injured or not, but it's definitely not the worst-case scenario that you're imagining." Then, Rin Enbin looked at the ruins in a daze. "Then, where's Ilya?" Mio's eyes were filled with uncontrollable worry. In the end, she called out. "Ilya." Unexpectedly, this symbolic call received a response. "Woo, woo." In a corner piled up by rubble, a sound of shin-in rang out. I'm here, Ilya." Everyone's face lit up. They all ran towards the source of the voice. They turned around and walked into the corner piled up by rubble. However, in the next instant, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned on the spot. "Ilya. Ilya." It's unknown who called out in disbelief, but no one had the time to pay attention to that. Everyone's gaze, attention and even the ability to think were all taken away by the scene in front of them. There, Ilya is holding her head as if she's having a headache. She sat on the ground and wobbled as if she's dizzy. Of course, that's not the reason why everyone became like this. The reason why everyone, including Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto, were completely frozen on the spot with their eyes wide open is because there are 2 Ilyas before them. That's right. There are 2 Ilyas. One of them is wearing ordinary clothes. She has snow-white hair and red eyes. She's the familiar Ilya. The other one was wearing the clothes of Ilya, who had just transformed into a heroic spirit. She had dark skin, silver hair, and golden pupils. She looked exactly the same as Ilya. The 2 Ilyas with identical appearances but different details are sitting on the ground. They're both holding their heads. It seems like they're in a dizzy state. But the people that saw this scene are actually in a similar state. They're also in a dizzy state. Wu Yan was stunned as he looked at the scene before him. His mind is so chaotic that he's unable to think properly. What's going on here? You. The familiar Ilya held her head and opened one of her eyes. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, she tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong with everyone? Before she could finish her words, Ilya also noticed that something's wrong. As if they've made an agreement, the two Ilyas turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes met. Then, both of them were stunned. Everyone fell into a state of bewilderment, not knowing what to do. The first one to react was the dark-skinned Ilya. Bang! Fiercely stomping on the ground, the black-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped onto a pile of rubble. Her golden pupils swept over everyone present with a glance. There was an extremely complicated expression in her eyes. No one could understand what she was thinking. Then, with another leap, the dark-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped over the Eiderfelt family's wall. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. They were completely unable to react. After a long time. Chapter 1489. Fuyuki City, the home of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. This is where you live? After entering the house, Livia scanned the entire courtyard with a scrutinizing gaze. She only nodded slightly when she arrived at the hall on the top floor. Although it's a bit small, it's not bad. Small? Ilya looked at the hall that was 2 to 3 times bigger than her house and laughed dryly. Then what about my house? Don't compare me to you. I just want to live comfortably. Size is not a factor that I need to consider. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and walked to the sofa. Alright, no need to be so polite. Sit down. Hinajuku and Mikoto led Rindosaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mikoto to sit on the sofa across from Wu Yan. They looked at each other in confusion before sitting down on the sofa. As usual, Hinajuku and Mikoto stayed by Wu Yan's left and right as if they are leaving everything to Wu Yan to handle. One has to say, at this moment, the two of them gave off the feeling of a virtuous wife. Since Livia's mansion was turned into ruins by Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya, Wu Yan brought all of them to his house. Of course, the reason why he brought Livia and the others to his house was not because he felt guilty for destroying Livia's mansion and wanted to keep them as his mistress. Instead, with the current situation, if they couldn't find a place to sit down and have a good chat, none of them would be able to sleep tonight. By the way, where's that old but vigorous butler of yours? Wu Yan asked Livia in confusion. I didn't see him today. Ogiest has temporarily returned to the main family. Livia casually replied. Today's battle isn't something that Ogiest can participate in, so I had him leave. Fine. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then, he looked at the main character of the day, Ilya, who is looking very nervous. So, Ilya, don't you have anything you want to say? Say. Ilya tilted her head. Her big watery eyes were filled with confusion. Say what? Don't tell me you don't have any clue about the changes in your body? Rin and Osaka couldn't help but ask. That black Ilya. What's going on? Everyone's gazes gathered on Ilya at the same time, causing her to involuntarily shrink her head. However, her eyes were still filled with confusion and even some grievance. Even if you ask me that, I still have no idea what's going on. According to Ilya herself, when Wu Yan was about to take away her rank card, something came out of her body. She felt as if something was coming out of her body. Then, she didn't know anything else. When Ilya regained her consciousness again, it was already after the battle between Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya. Another dark-skinned Ilya appeared. As for what happened in between, Ilya had no recollection at all. It was as if a part of her memory was suddenly missing. She couldn't connect the two at all. In other words, Wu Yan asked with uncertainty. You have no idea what you did. You don't even know that you used dream summoning? I can't remember anything. I only remember Oniai-chan wanted to take my class card away from me. Then, my vision started spinning. When I recovered, that black guy appeared. Ilya hugged her head in frustration. She looked at Wu Yan with a pained expression. By the way, what is dream summoning? Dream summoning? Livia suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, Ilya Field also said the same thing before he turned into a heroic spirit. What is dream summoning? Rin Enben looked deeply at Wu Yen. You seem to know a lot about it. This time, everyone's attention was focused on Wu Yen. Because of this, no one noticed that Mei Yu was looking at Wu Yen with a complicated and serious expression. It was as if this question wasn't a question to her. It was as if she was on a mission. Let me explain. The one who responded to everyone's puzzled gaze was Chuju, who was pouring tea. Hinajaku explained after looking at Rin Tobasaka's group of 4. The so-called dream summoning refers to using the same principle as the limited expansion to use the rank card. It replaces the process of summoning the heroic spirit with the magic attire, and uses the person's body as the medium to summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and cover the person's body with it. Which is the so-called heroic spirit you guys are talking about? Mikoto looked at Ilya suspiciously. But why do you know how to use dream summoning? When you use the limited expansion, the user provides the rank card and the 2 magic attires with personalities use the rank card to connect to the heroic spirit seed of heroes and make contact with the heroic spirit's body. Wu Yen looked directly at Ilya. But the dream summoning requires the person to be the medium and use the rank card as the pass to the heroic spirit's seed of heroes to make contact with the heroic spirit's body and borrow the heroic spirit's power. If you don't know how to use it, you won't be able to use the dream summoning. Ilya, how did you do it? Even if you ask me that. Ilya's little face was bitter. She was in a dilemma. I don't know what's going on either. Hearing this, many people looked at each other helplessly. If that's the case, won't they be unable to solve the problem? Brother Wu Yen. Mei Yu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Why are you so familiar with the usage of the rank card? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka and Livia also realized what was going on. That's right. Why are Wu Yen and the others so familiar with the so-called dream summoning of the rank card? Even the Magic Association has only analyzed that the rank card can draw out the heroic spirit's power and use the magic attire to materialize the heroic spirit's relic. Other than that, they didn't get any other information. As for this dream summoning class card that could manifest the power of the heroic spirit in one's body, it should be the true way to use the class card, right? Even the Magic Association couldn't analyze the usage of this card, so how did Wu Yen and the others know about it? The reason we know how to use the cards is because we used a special method to analyze the cards. Wu Yen mused for a bit before he came up with an answer that is somewhat ambiguous but not without some degree of truth. However, all we've got is the usage of the rank cards and the information about the hero spirits and relics that correspond to each rank card. Apart from that, we don't know who made the rank cards, what they're made of, and how they're made. I see. Rin and Osaka and Livia lowered their heads and pondered. Mei Yu, who was staring at Wu Yen, softened her gaze and sighed in relief. According to what you all are saying. Ilya scratched her cheeks and spoke with an uncertain tone. At that time, I didn't know the true usage of the rank card, so I used the dream summoning thing. That's right. Mikoto nodded. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. That's why we're all curious about how you did it. Then. Ilya sighed. Could it have been that black guy who did it? That's the only explanation for now. Although I don't know what's going on with the black Ilya, she's still in her heroic spirit state. The archer rank card must be with her. Wu Yen pondered and said. No matter what, we should find the black Ilya first. Perhaps we can get the answer. Before that. Chuju's yellow-green eyes shifted to Livia and Mei Yu. You don't have a place to stay, right? Why don't you stay here for the night? Stay here? Mei Yu was stunned. Livia, on the other hand, frowned. No need, we'll just stay in a hotel. Bringing a kid to a hotel? You're really something. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Livia. It's already so late. I think all of you should stay here tonight. This. Rin Enben and the other 3 looked out of the window. They looked at each other and nodded. They agreed to it. Chapter 1490. Thus, no matter if it was Luvia and Mayu who lost their residence or Rin Tozaka and Ilya, the four of them all decided to spend the night outside. Although this house wasn't very luxurious, it was still much better than an ordinary house. Furthermore, it took up quite a lot of space and there were quite a few rooms. At the very least, it was capable of accommodating 10 people. With the addition of Rin Tozaka, Luvia, Ilya and Mayu, there was no problem at all. Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Mikoto, as the hosts, along with Mio, who volunteered to help out as a maid, cleaned up 3 rooms for Rin and Osaka and Luvia to share 1 room each, while Ilya and Mio shared 1 room. Originally, Ilya wanted to return home. But, since it was already very late and the sun was about to rise soon, she could only call home to report that she was safe. Then, together with Mayu, she comfortably fell asleep. It must be said that, from a certain perspective, Ilya's mental state was truly very careless. Another version of himself appeared out of nowhere. He lost consciousness for no apparent reason. He performed a dream summoning for no apparent reason. He got into a heroic spirit form for no apparent reason. He got into a fight with Wu Yen for no apparent reason. He got into a fight with Wu Yen for no apparent reason. With so many things added together, it's enough to mess up a normal person's mental state. But, apart from being a bit concerned at the beginning, Ilya only ate when it was time to eat. She slept when it was time to sleep. Although she would sometimes reveal a confused expression, she wasn't worried at all. It was as if the person involved wasn't herself. As soon as she lay down on her bed, she immediately fell asleep. If this wasn't carelessness, then what was? If this had happened to someone else, it would have been a sleepless night for them. But, there were also people who didn't sleep tonight, on the balcony. A light breeze lightly blew the curtain of the opened glass door. It also blew the black hair fluttering above a pair of wine-red eyes. One of his hands was straddling the white railing that seemed to be made of porcelain. The other hand was holding several cards. Wu Yen was staring at them without blinking. After a long time, he sighed. Saber, swordsman, lancer, rider, caster, magician, assassin's assassin, berserker, until now. He had already collected 6 of the 7 class cards required for the second phase of the Demigod Path mission. It was almost done. As long as he could get the final Archer job card, the second part of the Demigod quest would be completed, and Wu Yen would be able to take a big step forward on the path of becoming a demigod. It saved him a lot of effort. And all of this should have come to an end tonight. Who would have thought that something like this would happen at the very end? The archer that went missing is nowhere to be found, the second Ilya. The dream summoning that shouldn't have appeared. All of this messed up everything. Wu Yen had no way of predicting what would happen next. As for the original work, Wu Yen only knew that the 7 class cards were retrieved by Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio from the Mirror Realm and returned to their normal lives. After that, he didn't continue to learn about it. Therefore, Wu Yen didn't know if the Black Ilya would appear in the original plot. What he was sure of was that the Archer job card must be with the Black Ilya. No matter what, if Wu Yen wanted to complete the mission, then it was necessary to find the Black Ilya. As for what to do after finding it, it depends on the situation. Looking at all the class cards in his hand except for the Archer, Wu Yen muttered. What do you mean by depends on the situation? The moment Wu Yen finished speaking, a voice came from behind him and entered his ears. Wu Yen paused for a bit before he guessed the other party's identity from the other party's voice. He laughed out loud without turning his head. What? You haven't slept yet? Aren't you the same? With such an answer, the person came to the side of the fence. She put her hand on it and leaned her body on it. Her waist-long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her green eyes were like the surface of a lake, rippling with circles of waves. It was exceptionally beautiful. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Wu Yen couldn't help but look sideways. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This is the first time I've seen you with your hair down, Miss Rin. I don't know if there are people who tie their hair up when they sleep, but I don't belong to that kind of. Rin and Osaka caressed her black hair lazily. She didn't seem to notice that she was more beautiful than usual. She glanced at Wu Yan. Don't think that seeing my unexpected side will increase your impression. Unfortunately, I don't seem to care about my image in front of you. Don't care about your image? Wu Yan laughed bitterly. So what if she doesn't care about her image? With a good foundation, she would still be a beauty regardless of whether she wore makeup or not. No matter how rough her behavior was, there was a unique charm in her gestures. Rin and Osaka was probably this kind of person. Moreover, as the young lady of a prestigious family, Rin and Osaka was very concerned about her image in front of outsiders. Now, she said that she didn't care about her image in front of Wu Yan. Thinking about it, she more or less treated Wu Yan as one of her own. The two of them leaned against the railing of the balcony. They didn't feel sleepy at all. They raised their heads and looked at the night sky of Fuyuki City. They let the breeze caress their bodies and enjoyed the tranquility of the night. Under such circumstances, the two of them seemed to have gotten a lot closer to each other. What are you going to do next? After an unknown amount of time, Rin Tosaka stared at the night sky and spoke. Should I continue to search for the archer rank card? There's only one left. Of course, we still have to look for it. Wu Yan looked at the 6 class cards in his hand and shook his head. Why don't you tell me what you're going to do? You don't even have a single grade card in your hands anymore, do you? So, we don't have to decide what to do next. We'll report this to the Magic Association and let them decide. Rin and Osaka pursed her lips. Anyway, I'm not going to continue the mission and retrieve the class cards. I'm going to be fired. I'm going back to the chronometer tower to be a substitute chairman. I'm going to be a magic apprentice. Is that so? Wu Yan pondered for a moment and said. In other words, you're going to leave Fuyuki City tomorrow, right? I can't deny it. Rin and Osaka stroked her hair. But since we can't report to the higher-ups that we've dragged ordinary people into this mess, I'll only report to the higher-ups that there's another group of people collecting the cards. If we're fired and the people in charge of collecting the cards change, they'll look for trouble with you. Don't look for me. It doesn't matter to me either. Wu Yan shrugged and smiled. No matter who the opponent is, I don't think I'll lose. You're so confident. Rin and Osaka looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was a trace of resentment in her beautiful green eyes. Yeah, it doesn't matter to you who it is. Once I go back, you'll forget about me, right? Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and a faint smile appeared on his face. Miss Rin, you can't bear it? Can't bear it? You? Rin and Osaka sneered and turned her head away. Her ears turned red. Do you think it's possible? Who knows? Wu Yan spread his hands and hugged Rin and Osaka. You. Rin and Osaka's eyes widened as she struggled. What are you doing? I'm trying to confirm the feelings of a certain arrogant girl. Wu Yan held Rin and Osaka's waist tightly with one hand and pinched her chin with the other. He lifted her beautiful face up to meet his eyes. Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka's confused expression and smiled. Why don't we follow up on that kiss from last time? I'm warning you. Rin and Osaka's face turned red. Her eyes flickered and her voice became coquettish. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I can't beat you, then. Wu Yan slowly moved his face closer. Just think of it as me messing around. Looking at the face that kept growing bigger and bigger, Rin's pretty face became a mess of panic. Does he really want to follow up on that kiss from last time? Wait. Ugh. Rin and Osaka wanted to say something, but the short distance between them made it impossible for her to finish her sentence. In the end, Rin and Osaka's panicked expression reduced the distance between their lips to 0. Ugh. Rin and Osaka whimpered. Her slender hands kept hitting Wu Yan's chest in an attempt to make him stop. Unfortunately, Rin and Osaka's strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. In this situation, she was only trying to resist. Not long after, not only Rin's lips, but Rin's tongue was also easily subdued by the other party. Gradually, Rin and Osaka lost her strength. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes overlapped, as if they were close, as if they were separated. Chapter 1491. The next day, last night's battle started at midnight. After it ended, everyone went to Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's house to sleep. It was already 1:00. However, when they woke up, it was already 7:00 in the morning. It was very early. In other words, they only slept for about 6 hours. There was nothing they could do about it. Ilya and Mio still had to attend classes, and Rin Tozaka had to report to the Magic Association's chronometer tower. Luvia's house had already been reduced to ruins, and it was currently being concealed by a cognitive barrier. She also had to go back and deal with the aftermath. Therefore, even though they were a bit tired, the four of them still woke up early. Chuju and Mikoto were the same. They were more or less tired. But the guests were already awake. As the host, they couldn't just keep sleeping. With this thought in mind, the two of them woke up early. As for Wu Yan, he also woke up. It wasn't that he woke up. To be more precise, he hadn't slept since last night. He didn't want to go back to sleep. Instead, he personally prepared breakfast for the girls who woke up early. In the living room, the table that usually only had Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto was now filled with people. This rare lively scene made Hinajuku and Mikoto feel quite happy early in the morning as they sat on the two sides of Wu Yan. They happily enjoyed the breakfast that Wu Yan prepared. On the other hand, Luvia, Ilya, and Meiyu widened their eyes after tasting the breakfast. Shortly after, they turned into gluttons and wolfed down the sumptuous breakfast on the table without any regard for etiquette. Obviously, the three of them were conquered by Wu Yan's proud cooking skills. As for Rin Tozaka, since she appeared in front of everyone, she kept her head down and didn't take the initiative to say a word. Even when someone tried to talk to her, she was hesitant. Her behavior was very strange. Moreover, most importantly, Rin didn't even look at Wu Yan during the whole process. Even if their eyes met, Rin didn't say anything. She would turn her head away in a panic. This made others suspicious. Now, Rin Tozaka was the same. She sat furthest away from Wu Yan with her head down. Rin silently ate his breakfast. He didn't know if he tasted the flavor of the food. Only after careful observation did he realize that Rin Enbin's eating speed was also very fast. In this harmonious atmosphere, the seven of them finished all the breakfast on the table. Yu. Ilya leaned back in her chair. Her face was full of happiness. I'm so full, it's still as delicious as ever. Hinajuku sighed as she cleaned up the table. It's been a long time since I tasted Yan's cooking, is it? Sitting, Wu Yan was confused. It shouldn't have been long, right? You haven't cooked since you came to Fuyuki City. Mikoto helped Hinajuku and showed an expression of reminiscence. I miss it so much, that's too much. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain. I didn't know Wu Yan Enei-san was so good at cooking. Mikoto looked at the plates in front of her that were twice as many as usual. She couldn't help but waver. If you eat this every day, you'll get fat easily, right? Don't worry. Wu Yan waved his hand. I'm careful not to use food with a lot of calories. You won't get fat. You're still young. Is it okay if you don't eat more? We've eaten enough. Ilya and Mikoto smiled bitterly. This taste, it's a high-class treat. Luvia elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. She looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of passion. Hey, do you want to be my personal chef? You can choose your salary. You only need to be responsible for my 3 meals a day. How about it? I'm afraid his wealth is no less than yours, nouveau riche. Rin Tozaka said coldly. Also, your meals are prepared by Ogiest, aren't they? If he hears you say that, he will definitely cry, right? Ogiest is not as petty as you. Luvia curled her lips. I know how to enjoy myself. I'm different from a monkey who only needs to eat bananas. Who are you calling a monkey? Ah la la la, there's a monkey squeaking. Rin and Osaka and Luvia glared at each other fiercely. Chuju and Mikoto, who witnessed this scene for the first time, couldn't help but exchange glances. Chuju asked in an uncertain tone. Has your relationship always been this good? Huh? Rin and Osaka and Livia pointed at each other with exaggerated expressions. Who has a good relationship with this upstart, monkey? Ahahaha. Mikoto laughed. Their relationship is really good. This is someone else's house. Please restrain yourselves. Ilya raised her hand weakly. Livia. Mikoto also tried to mediate. You still have to deal with the aftermath later. It's not worth it to waste time arguing. Humph. Rin and Osaka and Livia glared at each other and turned their heads away. Turning her head, Livia saw Wu Yen, Hinajuku, and Mikoto standing together. She changed the topic of conversation and said this to them. Speaking of which, not only do the three of you have great power, you even live together and your relationship seems to be really good. What's your relationship? Brother and sister? As soon as this sentence came out, the harmonious atmosphere in the air really began to cool down. The two little girls looked over curiously. Rin Tosaka's ponytails also seemed to shake violently. Her ears perked up, and it was almost impossible to notice that she was listening attentively. Since we're living together, our relationship should be obvious, right? Wu Yen, who sensed the atmosphere started to change, was confused. He didn't understand why this happened, but he didn't choose to hide it. Of course, before he could finish, Chuju and Mikoto, who were standing on both sides of Wu Yen, immediately slapped Wu Yan's mouth. It almost made Wu Yan's nose bleed. Our relationship should be obvious, right? Hinajuku blushed as she laughed dryly. Since we're living together, of course we're siblings. Don't you think so, Mikoto? That's right. Mikoto explained shyly. We're siblings. We're siblings. It's not the kind of relationship you think it is. Is that so? Livia's face was full of doubt. But you two don't look alike at all, even the color of your hair is different, that's because. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and answered in unison. We're not born from the same mother. Such a sharp reason made Wu Yen, who had his mouth covered, almost fall to the ground. It's fine if you don't want others to know about your relationship because you're shy, but who would believe such a sharp reason? To Wu Yan's surprise, Livia actually nodded and expressed her understanding. That's not surprising. With your strength, you too should be from a large magic family or faction. It's not strange for a large faction to have a few concubines. I think it's your father's private life that's not clean, right? Rin and Osaka sneered coldly. 100 deaths won't be enough for a fickle person. Hearing this, Wu Yen silently felt sad for his non-existent father, who got stabbed in the back for no apparent reason. But that sadness was quickly dispelled by a sharp pain on his back. That's true. Chuju had a fake smile on her face. She continued to cover Wu Yan's mouth with one hand while the other hand moved to Wu Yan's back and pinched a piece of flesh. A fickle person should die 100 deaths, that's what I think too. Mikoto put on a fake smile. She and Hinajuku had a tacit understanding of each other as they pinched Wu Yan's back. If it's possible, I'd really like to electrocute those fickle people until they turn into frogs. All the women present, including Ilya and Mayu, nodded in agreement. Wu Yen maintained his posture with his mouth covered. He looked at the girls nodding in agreement while enduring the pain on his back. He was crying in his heart. Chapter 1492. On the way to Suichuan Primary School, Wu Yen, Elia, and Mayu yawned in unison. They looked exhausted. Are the two of you really okay with this? Wu Yen stood behind the two girls like a guardian and asked casually. You haven't slept well recently because of the class cards, right? Why don't you take a day off and have a good rest? No need. Mio shook her head. Her shoulder-length black hair swayed in the wind. We don't have to take back the class cards from today onwards. So, let's just hang in there for today. Me too. Elia rubbed her eyes and answered weakly. My family will definitely make a fuss if I use sleep as a reason for taking a day off, then forget it. Wu Yen shrugged. You two know what you're doing. Don't tire yourselves out, big brother, don't you look tired too? Elia asked with concern. Why don't you go back and rest? If you sleep now, you won't be able to sleep at night. Wu Yan waved his hand. Moreover, Livia also said that she usually asked the butler to drive Meiyu to school. Now that the butler is not around, Livia also needs to go back to deal with the aftermath. If there is no one to drive Meiyu to school, she is a little worried, so, I'm here, right? I can do it myself. Meiyu turned her head away unhappily. Why are you treating me like a child? But you're a child, aren't you? Wu Yan patted Meiyu's head and smiled. Livia must know that Meiyu is a child who lacks love. She wants to make up for the love you lost. Just accept it, love, what love? Meiyu blushed and said in a mosquito's voice. That's not it, a child who lacks love? On the other hand, a question mark appeared in front of Ilya's head. Clearly, Wu Yan and Livia weren't the only ones who didn't know about Meiyu's past. Even Ilya, Meiyu's best friend, didn't know either. Perhaps it was Ilya, who spent the most time with Meiyu. He knew even less than Wu Yan and Livia. At least. Wu Yan and Livia both knew that Meiyu didn't have a good past, right? Ilya turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Where did Sister Ling go? Who knows? Wu Yan pursed his lips. He only said that he needed to report to the Magic Association's time tower. He didn't say anything else. Report? Ilya was a little worried. Is it about the job grade card? Both Rin and Osaka and Livia came to Fuyuki City to retrieve their cards. Now. Almost all of their cards were in Wu Yan's hands. The last card was mysteriously taken away by an unknown black Ilya. This caused Rin Enbin and Livia to not have a single class card in their hands, causing them to run into a lot of situations. This situation. It was already beyond Rin and Osaka and Livia's ability. It wasn't hard to understand why they would ask for help from the Magic Association's time tower. However, if Rin and Osaka really reported the situation here to the Magic Association's time tower, then the consequences would be very bad. It wasn't a big deal that the class card wasn't retrieved successfully. It was just a failure of the mission. The Magic Association wasn't some evil organization that would punish anyone who failed a mission. At most, they would fire Rin and Osaka and Livia and send another batch of people to carry out the mission. However, the two wands betrayed their original owners and found two ordinary 10-year-old children to retrieve their cards. That was a different story. Once the second mage, who sent Rin Enbin and Livia to retrieve the cards, found out that the two magician girls actually dragged ordinary people into this mess and even lost their magic wands, it would be hard for them to avoid some punishment. There was no way they could be apprenticed to Soren. This wasn't too bad. It wasn't as if Rin Enbin and Livia couldn't continue their magic research without a teacher. What worries her the most is that if the Magic Association finds out that Wu Yan has all the cards, they would send people to cause trouble for Wu Yan, wouldn't they? This was what Ilya was worried about. Don't worry. As though he could see the worry in Ilya's heart, Wu Yan comforted her with a gentle smile. Young Miss Lin said that she will only report some selective situations. She probably won't report the things that involve you all. What about you, big brother? Ilya's face was still filled with worry. If Sister Rin reported your situation to the Magic Association, they would definitely come to trouble you, right? Hearing this, Meiyu also turned her head with a worried look on her face. I think you're worried about the wrong thing. Wu Yan chuckled. Do you think I'm someone who can cause trouble for anyone? Ilya and Meiyu were stunned. I don't think the Magic Association can cause me much trouble. Wu Yan smirked. Although I'm not strong enough to threaten the entire Magic Association, I'm not someone to be trifled with. With the help of Chuju and Mikoto, I'm afraid the Magic Association will have to pay a price if they really want to trouble us. I don't agree with Brother Wu Yan having a conflict with the Magic Association. Meiyu looked serious. If that's the case, Brother Wu Yan and Ling and Livia who belong to the Magic Association will become enemies. No one wants to see this happen. That's right. Ilya nodded in realization. If that really happens, big brother, Sister Rin, and Sister Livia will be in a difficult position, right? You're worrying too much. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed the heads of the two little girls. No matter what, that's just your guess. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Don't think too much about it. After saying that, he pushed the two magical girls who couldn't let go, and the three of them continued to walk on the road to the Suichuan Academy Primary School. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed from one corner behind Wu Yan, Ilya, and Mei Yu at lightning speed to another corner. In front, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was nothing there. Everything was as usual. Glancing at every corner behind him, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Just now, what's wrong? The two little girls turned around and looked at Wu Yan strangely. Wu Yan opened his mouth slightly and closed it. He shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. Let's continue walking. After glancing at the road behind him, Wu Yan brought Ilya and Mei Yu and walked forward while chatting and laughing. On the street, at the top of a telephone pole, a figure suddenly appeared and stood there. She raised her eyes and looked at Wu Yan, Ilya, and Mei Yu, who were chatting and laughing as they walked forward. It was a young girl dressed in strange clothes. She was wearing a tight black short top and a pair of tight black shorts. It looked like a bikini swimsuit. It was very revealing. A red coat that could only cover her shoulders and arms. Her lower body was wrapped in a red cloak-like skirt. On her back, a black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind. Regardless of whether it was the coat, skirt, or cloak, a part of them seemed to have been deliberately torn. However, they did not appear to be in a sorry state. Instead, they appeared to be very coordinated. When paired with the swimsuit-like tight clothes, it gave off a refined feeling and a bit of emotion. Her long silver hair was tied up at the back of her head, and her pupils were an amber-like gold. The little girl's appearance was only about 10 years old, but her skin was quite dark, giving off an exotic feeling. As for the little girl's appearance, she looked exactly the same as Ilya. She was the Black Ilya. Big brother is also here? Just like Ilya herself, her tone leaned toward playfulness. The Black Ilya stared at the three people walking together below and revealed a thorny expression. Forget about Mei Yu. Even Big Brother is also here. It's not easy to make a move. Standing at the top of the telephone pole, the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end, her face fell as if she had given up. Forget it. I'll find an opportunity to make a move. The dark-skinned Ilya's line of sight followed Ilya as she looked at Ilya, who was chatting and laughing with Wu Yan and Mei Yu. She clenched her teeth in envy. Just you wait. Soon, that happiness will be mine. After saying those words, the dark-skinned Ilya's body flashed and disappeared. Chapter 1493. Fuyuki City, Private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. Groups of primary school students in uniforms were chatting noisily, chatting and laughing with an indescribable peaceful atmosphere. They walked into the private Suichuan Yuan Primary School department, which did not occupy a large area. At the entrance of the school, Wu Yan also brought Ilya and Mei Yu to the school. When he saw this peaceful and warm scene, he could not help but dispel the tiredness in his body. A smile appeared on his face. Children are so energetic. With such feelings, Wu Yan patted the two little girls' heads. You two are still children. You should learn from them, Yu. Ilya puffed her cheeks. We can't help it, brother Wu Yan. Mei Yu, on the other hand, closed her eyes and said with some hesitation. If possible, I really hope you don't treat me like a child. Seeing the unconvinced and unwilling expression of the two little girls, Wu Yan more or less could not help but laugh. Ilya. Mei Yu. At this moment, several young voices sounded from not far away and attracted the attention of Wu Yan's group. They saw four little girls around the same age as Ilya and Mei Yu. They were wearing the same uniform as Ilya and Mei Yu. They were carrying school bags and waving their hands at them. They were the four little girls who were in the same class as Ilya and Mei Yu. They were called Mimi, Xiaohua, Nai Tortoise, and Ryuko. Good morning. At the same time when the energetic voice sounded, Ryuko dashed towards Ilya and Ilya. She pounced toward Ilya and Mayu, but before she could reach them, the other three little girls, as if they were facing an obstacle, ferociously rammed into her and sent her flying. Good morning. Mimi, Xiao Hua, and Nai Tortoise greeted Ilya and Mayu. Then, they looked at the two magical girls and blinked their eyes. You too. Kei Hua, who had a braid, pushed up her glasses and smiled meaningfully at Ilya and Mayu. Looks like the trouble from before has been solved. Trouble? Ilya and Mayu looked at each other. He tilted his head. He revealed a puzzled expression. Don't tell me you've forgotten. The girl with two pink pigtails, Nana Turtle, scratched her cheeks. You guys were in a bad mood the whole day yesterday. Hearing this, Ilya and Mayu finally remembered. Because he had to fight with Wu Yan. The whole day yesterday. None of them were in high spirits. It wasn't until Wu Yan enlightened him that he started to treat the battle with Wu Yan seriously. Now, think carefully. It was only then that Ilya and Mayu discovered that too many things had happened in a single night, causing them to forget all about it. As it turned out, that was just yesterday. Sorry. Ilya smiled embarrassedly. It's all right now. Everyone, don't worry, no matter what, it's good that you're fine. Mimi patted her chest and noticed Wu Yan standing behind her. Mimi put her little face in front of Ilya and Mayu, lowered her voice and asked in confusion. That. He is, you're Ilya and Mayu's classmates, right? Without waiting for Ilya and Mayu to answer, a smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. He squatted down and patted Mayu's head. Hello. I'm Mayu's brother. Please take care of me. Mayu's brother? The three little girls and Ryuko, who was knocked to the ground, were stunned on the spot. Mayu's brother? Ilya also looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Brother. Mayu muttered this word in a daze. It was as if she found it hard to believe that this word appeared. Thank you for taking care of my Mayu. Ignoring the fuss of the little girls, Wu Yan acted as if he was really Mayu's brother. While patting the head of Mayu, who was looking at him in a daze, he entered into his role courteously. This child is usually quiet and not very good at expressing herself. I was worried that she would not be able to make friends in school. Now, I can finally rest assured. Please take care of Mayu in all aspects, and no. The four little girls finally reacted. Looking at the amiable smile on Wu Yan's face, they bowed in a somewhat reserved and shy manner. You're too courteous, sorry for the trouble. With an unchanging smile, Wu Yan took a step back. Then, I'll go back first. Mayu and Ilya, remember to get along well with everyone, why yes. Seeing Wu Yan, who suddenly transformed into the big brother next door, Ilya's reaction was slow by half a beat. Be big brother, be careful on your way back. Be careful on your way back. Brother Wu Yan. Mayu also said goodbye to Wu Yan shyly. Seeing the two little girls being caught off guard, Wu Yan's eyes revealed a teasing and mischievous expression. He waved his hand and walked to the other side, leaving the scene. The group of 6 little girls had been staring at Wu Yan's back in a daze. They watched him leave and only returned to their senses after a long time. Is that Mayu's brother? Mayu's little hands clasped together in front of her chest, revealing an intoxicated expression. So gentle, so polite, and his eyes are so beautiful, just like His Royal Highness, and he's easy to get along with, just like an adult. Naimi could not help but exclaim. Mayu actually has such a brother? We didn't know, brother Wu Yan, he. Mayu blushed and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. He has always been like that, I don't think so. Long Zi curled her lips. My brothers are definitely stronger than Mayu's brother. No. Ilya could not help but ridicule. Let's not talk about whether or not we're talking about strength now. Even if we're talking about strength, your brothers are definitely not as strong as big brother even if they're in a group. Are you two biological siblings? Mayu asked doubtfully. It doesn't feel like it, no. Mayu quickly shook her head. Brother Wu Yan is not my biological brother. He's just an adopted brother, right? Kei Hua snickered mischievously and looked at Meiyu mockingly. Could it be that Meiyu also likes her adopted brother like Ilya? Meiyu's face flushed red. Oh, the four little girls looked as though they had seen a new continent. She's wavering. Wait. Ilya could not help but stand out and widen her eyes. What did you mean by, like Ilya, just now? The four little girls looked at Ilya in disbelief. Isn't that the case? No, it's not. The four little girls looked at each other and answered in unison. Liar, huh? Ilya was petrified. But, Ilya seems to be very familiar with Meiyu's older brother. This time, it was Naimi's turn to snicker mischievously. Ilya, don't tell me that you like someone else's adopted brother? Why you? Ilya's cheeks were so red that blood was about to drip out. She screamed frantically. What nonsense are you all talking about? Oh, the four little girls screamed again. Ilya is wavering too. So, she really likes someone else's adopted brother? She's so obsessed with her brother. It's a little scary. Hey, is that adopted brother very strong? Can he make hamburgers? Can he sing? A adopted brother who can't sing isn't a good adopted brother. What kind of logic is that? Ilya. Even Meiyu looked at Ilya suspiciously and spoke hesitantly. Could it be that you really like brother Wu Yan? Ilya's face was so red that it turned green. Hearing the ridicule from her friends, she was finally unable to bear it anymore and rushed toward the four little girls. I already said that I'm not, but, at the same time that Ilya rushed out, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded in the surroundings. A black silhouette streaked across space like a bullet, cutting through layers of air currents and explosively shooting toward Ilya's original location. Soon after, it landed on the ground where Ilya was a second ago. Boom, it was as if something had exploded. The ground there suddenly burst open, and a small hole was blasted open. The sudden explosion scared the four little girls so much that they screamed. It also scared Ilya and Meiyu. They immediately turned their heads and looked at the ground. There, a black arrow was stuck in the center of the small crater created by the explosion. The tip of the arrow was flickering with cold radiance. Chapter 1494. The sharp end of the pitch-black arrow was inserted into the center of the small crater. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings and dissipated with the wind. Looking at this scene, everyone present was stunned. For a while, they were unable to react. Ilya had a bewildered expression. What's going on here? Arrow. Mei, Xiaohua, Long Zi, and Nai Gui looked at the pitch-black arrow on the ground in a daze. There's an arrow. It's coming. It's an attack. Meiyu instantly deduced. Her small hand reached into her school bag and grabbed the sapphire. She looked at a certain direction with vigilance. Where did the attack come from? From the root of the arrow on the ground, it was very easy to deduce where the arrow came from. However, when Meiyu looked in that direction, there was nothing there. There was only a cat that climbed up to the roof. Seeing this, Meiyu's eyes gradually narrowed. It was impossible for someone to shoot an arrow for no reason. Moreover, the arrow that was shot was so powerful that it could shatter the ground. Just now, someone must have deliberately shot that arrow at Ilya. Moreover, judging from the destructive power of the arrow, that person was not an ordinary person. Magician. Meiyu tightly held the sapphire in her school bag. Meiyu. Ilya's brain recovered. She came to Meiyu's side and asked nervously. What's going on here? I don't know. Meiyu looked around and said with a grave expression. However, someone must be trying to attack Ilya. Me? Attack me? Shock appeared on Ilya's face. But I don't have any enmity with anyone. Meiyu also became uncertain. She looked at Ilya and then looked at the four girls who were still in a daze. She shook her head. In short, it's too dangerous to continue staying outside. Let's go to the classroom. I understand. Ilya quickly nodded. Pushing the back of the four little girls, Ilya ran into the school building as if she was fleeing. Mayu observed the surroundings and walked at the back. Only when she truly didn't discover anything did she turn around and run into the school building. As if it was timed perfectly, the bell signaling the start of class rang throughout the entire school. Surprisingly, it was time for class. Thanks to this, the scene just now was not witnessed by anyone else. Only a small hole was left at the scene, and the pitch-black arrow landed with a bang in the blink of an eye. It shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. In the distance, on the roof where a cat was crawling, a petite figure suddenly appeared out of thin air without any warning. The lazy cat was so scared that it let out a shriek and jumped off the roof. He was holding a black bow with a handle in the middle. The black wing-like cloak and the red skirt around her waist fluttered up and down. Her golden eyes stared intently at the small crater that was blasted open below. The dark-skinned petite girl, who looked exactly like Ilya, sighed. Did I fail? The dark-skinned Ilya released the black bow in her hand and it disappeared into thin air. The dark-skinned Ilya opened her amber-like eyes and looked at the school building of the private Suechuan Academy Primary School. She muttered to herself. She went to the classroom. It won't be easy to make a move like this. After all, I can't let anyone witness Ilya's death. The dark-skinned Ilya laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true, but I still couldn't help but make a move just now. Mei and Mei were clearly nearby. So, if you can tell me the reason why you couldn't help but make a move, I think I'll be very happy. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the dark-skinned Ilya and entered her ears. The dark-skinned Ilya's golden pupils shrunk slightly and she leaped onto the roof of another house. She distanced herself from that voice. Unfortunately, this action was completely meaningless. How about we stop for a moment? As soon as the dark-skinned Ilya leaped onto the roof of another house, the same voice sounded behind her again. Not only that, but a hand was also placed on her shoulder. Unless you directly jump to the other side of this world, it's useless for you to distance yourself from me who knows how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya's pretty face changed and her expression froze. At the next moment, the space around the dark-skinned Ilya suddenly fluctuated and distorted. Amidst a slightly surprised voice, the dark-skinned Ilya seemed to have blended into the space. In a flash, she disappeared on the spot and when she reappeared, she was already on the roof of another house. That was also spatial transference. Oh. After the surprised voice, the person let out an unexpected exclamation. So, you also know how to teleport? The dark-skinned Ilya didn't answer. She clenched her slender hand and a pair of black and white daggers that resembled the yin and yang of Tai Chi appeared in her hand. Lifting her head and staring ahead, the dark-skinned Ilya finally saw the full appearance of the person who came. She was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. Big brother? The person who came was naturally Wu Yan. Good girl. Wu Yan shrugged. However, his eyes were still fixed on the dark-skinned Ilya. That sneaky shadow just now was you, right? You even know how to teleport. How surprising. Because I saw you use it before, big brother. The dark-skinned Ilya concealed the surprise on her face and replaced it with a playful smile. It seemed quite convenient, so I used it too. Are you trying to say that you learned how to teleport after only seeing it once? Wu Yan twitched his brows. Then, you're really a genius. No. I didn't learn how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya replied with a sly expression. I don't know how to teleport nor do I know how to do it. I just wanted to teleport and directly use the effect of teleportation. As for the process, I don't know at all. Hearing that, Wu Yan frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? The dark-skinned Ilya giggled. Why don't big brother take a guess? I can't guess. Wu Yan straightforwardly gave up. Why don't you tell me what you think? Ah, that's too boring. The dark-skinned Ilya spread out her hands holding the black and white daggers and made a helpless expression. More or less, let's make a guess. Maybe Big Brother will really know the answer. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He stared at the dark-skinned Ilya. After a long time, he chuckled. Looks like I won't be able to get any answers from you. How can that be? What does Big Brother want to know? I'll definitely answer truthfully. The dark-skinned Ilya said half-jokingly. If it's a question that can be answered. Is that so? Wu Yan sighed as if he gave up. Forget it, I'll bring you back first. Oh. You're planning to use force? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled carelessly. However, the expression in her eyes turned serious. Although Big Brother is indeed very strong, aren't you looking down on me a little? I know you're borrowing the power of an archer. Your power is equivalent to a heroic spirit. Wu Yan raised one of his hands. A magical whirlwind appeared on it. It's a pity that I've killed 3 or 4 heroic spirits, is that so? A sharp glint flashed through the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes. If you can do it, then come and try. After saying that, the dark-skinned Ilya crouched down and instantly disappeared. She suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan. She raised the black and white daggers in her hands and mercilessly chopped down. Seeing the black and white daggers chopping down with ferocious force, Wu Yan slowly raised his hand that was surging with magical whirlwind. Gulp! Just as the two of them were about to collide, a strange sound came from the dark-skinned Ilya. The dark-skinned Ilya's body froze. Wu Yan was stunned. The two of them were petrified on the spot as if time had stopped. Soon after, they lowered their heads and looked at the source of the sound. It was the stomach of the dark-skinned Ilya. The air froze. Chapter 1495. Fuyuki City, a family restaurant. Sitting at a table, Wu Yan placed one hand on the table and supported his chin. He looked at the opposite side with a helpless expression on his face. On the other side, the dark-skinned Ilya had already changed out of her strange clothes and put on an ordinary t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Her silver-colored hair draped over her shoulders and behind her head. Only one side of her head was tied up. Coupled with her dark skin, she looked just like a wild child. At this moment, on the dining table in front of the dark-skinned Ilya, messy plates stained with all sorts of sauces were piled up on both sides of her. The plates filled with dishes in front of her were also rapidly decreasing in size as they were swept clean. Without a care for her image, the dark-skinned Ilya wolfed down her food like a hungry ghost. Her actions of sweeping the plates caused the sound of plates colliding with each other to reverberate in the family dining room, attracting the attention of many people. That child can eat so much. How many plates has she eaten? 10 plates? I think it should be 20 plates. She looks so hungry. So pitiful. Is that man the child's father or brother? Don't tell me he doesn't give the child food to eat. What a sin. Along with the sound of such whispers, the surrounding people were all stunned. Gazes of disdain, sympathy, and pity landed on Wu Yan and the dark-skinned Ilya. This caused the corners of Wu Yan's eyes to twitch. The expression on his face became even more helpless. At this moment, Wu Yan thought to himself, out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind. He ignored the whispers in the surroundings and looked at the dark-skinned Ilya who was wolfing down her food. Level 75. When this information was fed back to Wu Yan from the system, Wu Yan frowned. What does mean? Does it mean that even the system can't detect her true identity? Or does it mean that she doesn't have a name? After an unknown amount of time, the dark-skinned Ilya finally stopped eating. She piled the clean plates on the table to the side. She rubbed her belly and revealed a satisfied smile. I'm full, I'm full. Your appetite is really amazing. Wu Yan suppressed the doubts in his heart and rolled his eyes at the dark-skinned Ilya. Are you that hungry? Of course I'm hungry. The dark-skinned Ilya waved her hand casually. I haven't eaten anything since I was born yesterday. How can I not be hungry? You haven't eaten since yesterday? Wu Yan was slightly surprised. Why? Why? The dark-skinned Ilya's face isn't the reason. She still had that faint smile on her face. However, a trace of sadness appeared in the dark-skinned Ilya's amber eyes. She said such a sentence. Because I have nowhere to go and I have no money to buy food. Hearing such an answer, Wu Yan felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The expression on his face was completely restrained. In the air, an indescribable sense of heaviness seemed to be pressing on the hearts of the two people present. The two of them stopped talking for a while and became silent. Are you Ilya? After a moment of silence, Wu Yan was the first to speak. Should I call you Ilya? Or should I call you Black Ilya? What Black Ilya? The dark-skinned Ilya's depressed expression collapsed and she said angrily. I'm Ilya. There's no need to add black. Is that so? Wu Yan curled his lips. But other than your appearance, you're completely different from the Ilya I know. I'm also very glad about this. I'm able to have my own personality and character. The dark-skinned Ilya spread her hands and pondered for a moment before grinning. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen. Wu Yan blinked his eyes, he didn't know what's going on. What do you think of this name? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled mischievously. It sounds much better than Black Eliza. Otherwise, Big Brother, you can just call me Little Black. Wu Yan reacted after hearing that. At the same time, the feedback from the system's perception changed. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen, level 75. This time, Wu Yan's question was answered. It wasn't that the system couldn't detect the other party's true identity, but that the system had Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen, Blackie didn't have a name in the beginning. Then I'll call you Blackie. Wu Yan looked into Blackie's eyes. I have a lot of questions. Can you please answer them? Well. Didn't I tell you from the beginning that I'll answer honestly no matter what Big Brother wants to know? Blackie narrowed her eyes. As long as it's something I can answer. In other words, you won't answer if you don't want to, right? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. You're so cunning. At least Big Brother can be sure that the answer to your question is unknown. Blackie imitated Wu Yan. She placed one hand on the table and held her cheek. Her amber eyes stared straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. She had a meaningful smile on her face. An unknown answer is better than a false answer, right? Yes. Indeed, if Blackie chose to answer but gave a false answer, it would be more troublesome than not answering at all. You're really good at talking. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about the questions he wanted to ask. Well then, let me ask you a question that concerns me the most. Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes and his emotionless voice echoed in the room. The Archer rank card is in your hands, right? Yes. In my hands? Blackie's smile didn't fade but the smile in her eyes was gone. Xiao He raised his hand and placed it on his chest. Xiao He's voice became ethereal as it slowly entered Wu Yan's ears. To be more precise, it's in my body. In your body? Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. His face darkened as if he thought of something. Could it be? It seems like Big Brother has already guessed it. Blackie tilted her head and said something that made the situation worse. The Archer card is in my body. Because I was attached to the Archer card, I was miraculously born. If Big Brother wants to get the Archer card, then you have to kill me. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point after Blackie's words. An even heavier and more oppressive feeling than before drilled into the hearts of the two. Wu Yan and Xiao He looked at each other with uncontrollable ripples in their eyes. It took them a while to calm down. Big Brother, like Rin and Luvia, you came to Fuyuki City for the Archer card, right? It was unknown if Blackie was urging something, or if it was anxious to know something, but an indescribable look flashed across its eyes. Right now, the Archer card is in my body. If you don't kill me, you won't be able to achieve your goal. Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Do you really want me to kill you? No. Blackie smiled calmly. Of course not. I just want to know Big Brother's answer. Wu Yan didn't insist on looking at Blackie. He closed his eyes. Blackie's smile slowly disappeared. She stared at Wu Yan with an inexplicable sadness on her face. It was as if he was preparing to cut something important in half. However, this expression quickly disappeared. I can't do it. Blackie was stunned. She looked at Wu Yan in surprise. What did you say? Sigh. Sigh. Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he stood up. I said, I might not be able to do it. Wu Yan turned around and left without looking back. Blackie sat there in a daze. After a long time, he smiled. Big Brother is really gentle. Chapter 1496. Phew, once he got home, Wu Yan seemed to have lost all his strength. He leaned all his weight on the sofa and sat down. One of his wrists is facing away from him. He placed it on his forehead and looked at the ceiling quietly. His pupils are not focused at all. It's as if he's lost in thought. His thoughts are drifting away along with his emotions. The situation had really reached a very bad point. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen. This little girl who was just born yesterday and only got a name today, she didn't even know what her existence was. Suddenly, she barged into the dispute of the class card. Now, it seemed like she was involved in a very cruel fate. The Archer rank card was inside Xiao Hei's body. On top of that, according to Little Blackie, the Archer had become the existence that Little Blackie attached itself to. If he wanted to get the Archer rank card, the only way was to kill her. In other words, even if Wu Yan doesn't kill Blackie and take back the Archer class card, those who want the card, such as the Magic Association, will come after Blackie's life. Isn't this fate cruel? Wu Yan didn't know what kind of existence this girl he called Xiao Hei is, why she appeared, why she was born, and why she was born by attaching herself to the Archer class card. However, the Archer rank was stuck in Lil Hei's body, or rather, in her body. There was no mistake about that. This is going to be troublesome. The second phase of the demigod mission requires him to collect all 7 class cards. As of now, except for the Archer class card, the other 6 are in Wu Yan's hands. However, Wu Yan is afraid that he won't be able to get the last one. Logically speaking, Xiao Hei was neither a relative nor a friend of his. They had nothing to do with each other at all. It was only today that Xiao Hei and Xiao Hei were able to talk and meet face to face. Furthermore, he even attempted to kill Ilya. He was such an unstable existence. He shouldn't have said something like, I can't do it. Unfortunately, when Wu Yan found out that the Archer class card was in Blackie's body, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not to kill her to get the class card. Instead, he thought that he won't be able to get the class card anymore. She is just a little girl who is the same age as Ilya and Meiyu. Wu Yan can't kill her just to get something he needs. Moreover, Blackie's words, because I have nowhere to go and no money to buy food, Blackie thought she could hide her inner thoughts with a smile on her face when she said that. Unbeknownst to her, the sadness in her eyes were all captured by Wu Yan without leaving a single trace behind. Under these circumstances, why would Wu Yan kill Xiao Hei for the sake of getting the Archer rank card? The answer of, I can't kill her, really expressed Wu Yan's inner thoughts. As for the Archer rank card, it seems like I won't be able to get it anymore. The Demigod Path Quest. Wu Yan mumbled like he was sleep-talking with a gloomy look in his eyes. Do I have to give up? At this moment, the glass door of the balcony opened. A girl walked in from the balcony with a sad face while holding her phone. Damn it. It's still like this? Wu Yan, who is sitting on the sofa, turned around when he heard this voice. After confirming the identity of the person who came, he replied. After confirming her identity, he said, Ms. Rin, you seem to be troubled. Wow. Rin and Osaka didn't seem to notice that there was someone in the living room. She was shocked. When she saw Wu Yan sitting on the sofa, her green eyes widened and her cheeks reddened as she retreated a few steps back. He stuttered and shouted nervously. WH. Why are you here? That's an interesting question. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Rin blushing, shocked. retreating, and nervous. This is my home, is it strange that I'm here? This is your home? Rin and Osaka looked like he was overheated and couldn't think properly. He looked around blankly and then smiled embarrassedly. Yes, this is your home, I have something to do, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Rin and Osaka tried to run out of the door in a panic, but as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a familiar yet unfamiliar embrace. It looks like you don't want to see me. Wu Yan hugged Rin tightly as he tried to escape. He flashed a radiant smile. Can you tell me why? Realizing that he ran into Wu Yan's arms, Rin panicked and shut his eyes. He didn't even dare to look at Wu Yan as he struggled and screamed at the top of his lungs. Let go of me. You don't want to tell me? Wu Yan thought for a moment and smiled. Then, let me guess. Is it because a certain young lady hasn't recovered from last night's kiss? She couldn't help but feel shy and wanted to run away when she saw her first kiss? Rin and Osaka's body froze and her face turned a few degrees hotter. Her reaction confirmed Wu Yan's guess. I say, even if you've never been in a relationship, isn't this a little too innocent? Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. He tightened his grip on Rin and Osaka's waist and pulled her into his embrace. But, you're cute, who's in a relationship with you? Rin and Osaka opened her eyes and pressed her hands against Wu Yan's chest. She glared at him but her face was red and she didn't look dignified at all. I'm the head of the Osaka family, the candidate for chairman of the Chronometer Tower and one of the top magicians in the Magic Association. How could I run away from a kiss? Is that so? Wu Yan snickered. Just like last night, he grabbed her by the chin and lifted her face up to meet his gaze. His wine-red eyes were burning with passion. Then, do you want to do it again? Wah. Looking at Wu Yan's fiery red eyes that are so close to his face, Rin and Osaka's head started emitting steam with a bang. Don't be like this. After being defeated by Wu Yan, the prideful Miss Lin couldn't bring herself to be haughty anymore. She could only act coquettishly. Her jade-green eyes rippled like water as she pleaded in a very soft voice. Someone will see, you don't want to be intimate in the middle of the day, right? Wu Yan's lips are only 5 centimeters away from Rin's. He breathed out hot air and he said in a lustful manner. Then, can you answer a few questions for me? How could Rin Enbin say no? He quickly nodded his head vigorously. Tell me, where are Chuju and Mikoto? They went out to buy ingredients. Then what were you doing outside the balcony? Call, why did you call? To report the situation to the master, the second magister? Wu Yan inched closer and he continued in a gentle tone. Then, what did you report? Nothing. Rin and Osaka's eyes are already misty. His answer stunned Wu Yan. Huh? Wu Yan gasped. I only said that I haven't collected all the rank cards yet. I didn't say anything else. You didn't say anything? Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka's misty eyes in surprise. Including me, Ilya and Mayu, Dream Summoning, and the other Ilya? Yes, why yes. Rin and Osaka hesitated. You didn't say anything, why is that? Wu Yan's passion turned into confusion. You didn't tell me about Ilya and Mayu because you dragged them down as ordinary people. You didn't tell me about the other Ilya because she's closely related to Ilya. You didn't tell me about the dream summoning because you couldn't explain the source of the information. But why didn't you tell me about my situation? I'm really interfering with the Magic Association's work, right? Rin and Osaka didn't answer immediately. He hesitated. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he closed the distance between their lips. Ryu Enbin was shocked and he yelled out as if he had given up. I'm afraid the Magic Association will cause trouble for you, so I'm trying to stall for time. Oh. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and he continued with a half smile. So you're saying that you didn't report it because you were worried about me? That's right. That's it. Rin and Osaka closed his eyes and said with tears in his eyes. I've told you the truth, let me go. Ugh. Halfway through, Rin and Osaka's eyes suddenly widened. I underestimated the shamelessness of a certain wolf. Rin and Osaka can only be bullied, ugh. Ugh. In the hall, the helpless whimpers of the young girl and the tsk sounds of her lips and tongues intertwining could be heard endlessly. Chapter 1497. Nighttime, in the dark room, the soft panting and moaning reverberated in the air. The cold night didn't have the slightest bit of chill, only a warm and tender feeling. The moonlight that shone into the room from the window gradually dissipated as time passed and the sound of panting intensified. Only bits and pieces of starlight were left. It seemed like even the moon and stars were embarrassed by this situation and hid in the clouds. However, the pink moaning continued for a long time without stopping. At a certain moment, a delicate begging sound came from the undulating waves. The panting also became more and more intense. After a long moan, the lingering warmth ended. After a round of lovemaking, Wu Yan laid on the bed. Chuju and Mikoto were lying on Wu Yan's body. Their heads were buried in Wu Yan's chest. Their chests were heaving up and down, their panting continued. Their faces were flushed red and their eyes were blurred. Drops of sweat without any odor slowly slid down the two girls' bodies. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at Chuju and Mikoto's panting appearance. He felt pity for them. His hand lightly stroked Chuju and Mikoto's smooth back covered in sweat. In his mind, the scene from earlier appeared. Wu Yan couldn't help but admit that tonight, he was a bit too crazy. He pounced on the two girls for a full 3 hours. Even if Chuju and Mikoto worked together, it was still not enough. It wasn't the first time they did it, but it was still a bit forced. If it wasn't for their good physiques, they would have already fallen asleep from exhaustion. In fact, Chuju and Mikoto already wanted to sleep. But seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to be sleepy at all, the two girls could only try their best to calm their breathing. Forcing themselves to stay awake, they raised their head and looked at Wu Yan's face with watery eyes. Still not sleeping? Chuju took a deep breath. She calmed her panting. The blush on her face also subsided a little. Let's sleep, it's already late, you two sleep first. Wu Yan hugged the two girls and shook his head. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling. We don't have to fight in the middle of the night anymore. We have more free time. It doesn't matter how long we sleep during the day. There's no rush. I don't think that's the only reason. Mikoto looked as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. She stared at Wu Yan's red eyes and wrinkled her nose. Is something troubling you? I can't hide it from you too. Woo. He heaved a sigh. I'm thinking, what should we do next? Chuju and Mikoto hear him. There was nothing he needed to hide from his two partners. Naturally, he was also worried about the completion of the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yan decided not to take the archer card from Xiaohei's body. Chuju and Mikoto are kind-hearted people. Even though they're no longer the same as when they were Wu Yan's side. They're not afraid to even see the blood of a dead person. However, they're still unable to do anything that's truly outrageous. Killing a 10-year-old child is something that the two girls wouldn't do either. That's why Chuju and Mikoto didn't object to Wu Yan's decision. In fact, they agreed. However, if they do that, they won't be able to achieve their goal of coming to this world. Should we give up? Mikoto lowered her voice. Demigod Path quest. You've already completed the first part of the Demigod Path quest. Even if you don't continue, you'll still be able to ascend to demigod rank. Chuju rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. Even if I can't go further in demigod rank, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Take it slow, I know. Wu Yan patted the back of the two girls and closed his eyes. I don't regret making this decision. However, I'm not willing to give up on the quest just like that. Then what do you plan to do? Mikoto showed a confused expression. Are you really going to kill that kid called Xiaohei? If he's so disgusting that I can't bear to look at him, I might be able to do it. Wu Yan shook his head in frustration. But other than being a little naughty and having an unknown goal, there's nothing about him that I hate. How can I do it? That's not going to happen, there's nothing you can do about it. Chuju stroked Wu Yan's chest to comfort him. However, I can understand your unwillingness. Do you have any other thoughts? Yes, I've thought about it a lot. Wu Yan reached out his hand and took all the cards from the counter. He raised them in front of him and stared at the pictures on the cards. After thinking about it, I have 3 ideas without giving up on the demigod path quest. 3 ideas? Hinajuku and Mikoto's spirits were lifted and they began to focus. What ideas? First of all, there are 7 ranks that can be held by heroic spirits. However, there are more than 7 heroic spirits who can hold these 7 ranks. As far as I know, there are indeed quite a number of heroic spirits who are capable of holding the rank of archer. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the cards and narrowed his eyes. Rank cards are created using high-level magic theories. It can trigger the power of a heroic spirit that corresponds to the rank card. It's a high-level item. Since it's an item, is it possible that there's another archer card in this world? Another archer card? Hinajuku flinched a bit before asking Wu Yan in a surprised tone. We can't say for sure that there isn't another archer card. But do you really want to look for another archer card? That's why I said it's an idea. Wu Yan scratched his face. Let's not talk about whether or not there's another archer card. Even if there is, I don't know if we can find it with just the 3 of us. Moreover, isn't it a little too far-fetched to place your hopes on a second archer card that we don't even know if it exists? Mikoto pondered for a moment before asking. Then, what about the second idea? It's as far-fetched as the second archer card. Wu Yan said with a headache. Although I don't know how the cards are made, there must be a creator for them to exist. Creator. Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought of something. Don't tell me you're thinking of, well, that's how it is. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to help us make a second archer class card. That's pretty far-fetched. Chuju's mouth twitched. Let's talk about the third idea. The third idea is more realistic than the first 2, but it's much more difficult. Wu Yan placed the rank cards in front of the 2 girls and his eyes flashed with a glint. From now on, I'll analyze the card structure, theory, and design. I'll decipher the existence of the card. Then, I'll create the card myself. You're creating your own class card? Hinajuku and Mikoto were stunned. Since someone can create the card, then I can't do the same, right? Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. The class card is a tool created with a very high level of magic theory, and I have all the knowledge of the tactics in the 103,000 magic books. Let alone magic, I know all the tactics in other aspects, and even magic. In terms of understanding magic, I don't think I'll lose to anyone. Of course, the 103,000 grimoires are the encyclopedia of magic in the world of magical catalog. It's different from the magic in the world of magical girl Elia. But in terms of theory, the magic shouldn't be that different. Wu Yan looked at the 2 girls in his arms. So, I'm thinking that with my ability, the possibility of analyzing and creating the card shouldn't be 0, right? Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the possibility can't be 0. Mikoto pouted. But it's still not that much, right? That's why I said it's going to be difficult. Wu Yan looked at the card in his hand again. No matter what. Chapter 1498. Now, if he wanted to continue the Demigod Path mission and complete the second part of the Demigod Path mission, he had to start from 3 aspects. 1. Go and look for another archer class card, but I don't know if it exists. 2. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to create the second archer card. 3. Analyze the class card and find out its existence theory, structure, and design principle. Then, personally create the class card. The first 2 methods were really a little hopeless. The second archer rank card still didn't exist, and the creator didn't even have a clue. Looking for it was more difficult than looking for a needle in a haystack. Compared to the first 2 methods, the third method was more or less promising. Like Wu Yan said, he has the knowledge of the 103,000 magic tomes in the Forbidden Tome world. The knowledge of magic in the Forbidden Tome world might be different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world, but in terms of theory, it's not that different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world. Therefore, with the magic theory in the 103,000 grimoires, it wasn't impossible to analyze the class card and create the second Archer card with his own strength. Actually, in addition to these three methods, there was another one that could work. That was, he had to find a way for Xiao Hei to survive even if he took out the Archer class card. It wasn't impossible. Needless to say, wasn't Yui just an artificial intelligence in the beginning? In the end, she still relied on the items in the system to obtain a body and become a complete life. Wu Yan didn't know what kind of existence Xiao Hei is. He also didn't know how much Xiao Hei's life and existence depended on the Archer rank card. However, he can't say for sure that there isn't a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, he couldn't say for sure that there was, so Wu Yan didn't mention the fourth method. Besides, even if there was a way to get the best of both worlds, whether Blackie would cooperate or not was another matter. Whether she was willing to choose to believe Wu Yan under the premise of losing her life was another matter. Wu Yan's intuition told him that this might seem careless. She was a very naughty girl, but she was actually quite sensitive. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan decided to study both sides together. He analyzed the class card in his hand and began to think of ways to collect information about Blackie's existence, to see if he could find a way to let Blackie survive without the Archer card. In addition, there was information about the second Archer class card and the Archer class card's creator. Wu Yan also began to take the initiative to collect. It was also because he knew that he had to start from four aspects at the same time. That was why Wu Yan said that it was difficult no matter which aspect it was. Unfortunately, such an orderly arrangement was disrupted by an accident the next day before it could even begin. Fuyuki City, Private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. After being confirmed by the guard, Wu Yan entered the Private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. Under the guidance of some teachers and the curious eyes of the students, he ran towards the direction of the health room. Just now, when Wu Yan was preparing to analyze the class card, a phone call suddenly came in. The other party claimed to be Ilya and Mayo's class teacher. Then, he told him a piece of news. Ilya and Mayu were injured. Hearing this news, Wu Yan was almost stunned on the spot. Then, under the suggestion of the class teacher, he went to the Private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. On the way to the health room, other than worry, Wu Yan only felt puzzled and vexed. What she was puzzled about was why Ilya and Mayu were injured, and why their form teacher called her immediately instead of calling their families. Furthermore, how did that class teacher know his phone number? He was vexed because he was not smart enough. Ilya and Mayu were accompanied by Ruby and Sapphire. They were able to transform into magical girls at any time. Since they were injured, then other than an accident, they could only have been attacked. According to the class teacher, Ilya and Mayu were not injured because of an accident. In that case, the only possibility was that they were attacked. But, would an ordinary person be able to attack two magical girls and even injure them? The answer was, of course, impossible. Wu Yan thought about it for a bit and he understood the situation. The attacker was definitely Little Black. After all, Blackie had just attacked Ilya yesterday. However, Wu Yan forgot about this. This was the reason why he was vexed. However, Wu Yan could not be blamed. At that time, Wu Yan's mind was already filled with the matter of the class card. He did not have the time to think about other things. Moreover, he was also present yesterday. If Ilya could have been injured, he would have definitely acted. Moreover, in the end, Ilya was not injured at all. Moreover, Little Black still looked as cute and playful as before. Thus, Wu Yan forgot about this episode. Now, thinking about it carefully, Little Black's attack on Ilya must have some hidden reason. Perhaps, he could find some information about why Little Black was born. From there, he could find a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, the most important thing was still Ilya and Mayo's injuries. Thinking of this, Wu Yan immediately quickened his pace. After passing through a long corridor, he arrived at the health room. Ilya. Meiyu. The door of the health room was not closed. Wu Yan directly barged in. In the health room, Ilya was lying on a bed. She did not have any injuries on her body. Other than her clothes being a bit messy, she was still chatting with Meiyu. As for Meiyu, she moved a chair and sat beside Ilya. She chatted with Ilya intermittently. One of her arms was wrapped in bandages. Presumably, she had suffered some injuries. Big brother. Big brother Wu Yan. When the two girls heard the voice from the door, they immediately turned around and looked over. Soon after, their eyes lit up. One sat up from the bed and the other stood up. Seeing that the two girls seemed to be full of energy, Wu Yan secretly sighed in relief and walked over. How are you? After pressing Meiyu down and Ilya back on the bed, Wu Yan sized them up. Are you okay? I'm okay. It's fine, it's fine. Ilya and Meiyu shook their heads. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at them. You're okay? One is lying on the bed and the other has bandages on her arm. How can you be okay? I'm okay. I'm really okay, big brother. Ilya stretched her body and patted her head. I only fainted because my head was hit. I didn't suffer any injuries. Meiyu's injuries are a bit more serious. I was only scratched by an arrow. It's just a superficial wound. Meiyu also moved her arm. It was rare for her to explain to Wu Yan. Sapphire already healed that wound. This bandage is just for show. Big brother Wu Yan, don't worry, you don't seem to have suffered any injuries. Seeing Ilya and Meiyu moving their bodies calmly to prove themselves, Wu Yan felt relieved. At the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your teacher spoke so quickly. She didn't even give me a chance to ask before asking me to come here and hang up the phone. I thought you two were seriously injured, ahaha. Ilya laughed embarrassedly. Our teacher is indeed a bit impatient. Her nerves are also a bit big. She didn't let us say anything and forced us to come to the infirmary. We're fine, what I'm more curious about is why she called me instead of your family. Wu Yan asked curiously. Could it be your idea? Meiyu also felt embarrassed. It's because it's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Our teacher insisted on informing her family. That's why we asked her to call big brother Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt relieved. Chapter 1499. It's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and was puzzled. But it's okay to call Livia, right? Aren't we looking for relatives? Even if we don't look for Ilya's relatives, we can look for Meiyu's relatives, right? This. Meiyu's cheeks reddened and she began to stutter. Big brother, aren't you Meiyu's relative? Ilya smiled mischievously. Yesterday at the school gate, big brother, you personally admitted that you're Meiyu's brother, Wu Yan's expression became resentful. Alright, but why does your teacher have my phone number? Hearing this, Meiyu's face stiffened. Ilya was also stunned for a moment before she answered. Teacher got big brother's phone number from Meiyu. From Meiyu? Wu Yan looked at Meiyu in surprise. But I didn't ask for my phone number from Meiyu, eh? Then why does Meiyu have big brother's phone number in her notebook? Ilya tilted her head. A question mark appeared on her head. I remember it was written in my most, Ilya. Meiyu's little face panicked. She revealed an unprecedented ferocious expression and glared at Ilya. Ilya held her breath and smiled embarrassedly. My most? Wu Yan became more and more puzzled. His face was filled with confusion. Yes. That's right. Brother Wu Yan. Seeing that Wu Yan seemed to have the intention to continue asking, Meiyu quickly changed the topic. We saw the person who attacked us. Hearing this, Wu Yan suppressed the doubts in his heart and returned to the main topic. It's Blackie, right? Blackie? It's that black Ilya whose skin is very dark. It's very similar to Ilya's heroic spirit transformation. Wu Yan moved a chair and sat next to Meiyu. It's her, right? That's her. Ilya puffed up her cheeks, looking angry. What's going on with that black guy? Why attack me? Tell me about the situation first. Wu Yan waved his hand. What the hell is going on? That was this morning. Mei Yu was the one who explained. I went to school with Ilya. On the way to school, an arrow suddenly shot at us from the sky. Yesterday morning, after Big Brother sent us to school, I also encountered the same situation. Ilya hurriedly added. At that time, I was almost shot by that arrow. I was there too. Wu Yan nodded. At that time, I was just about to make a move when you dodged the arrow by yourself. It was also at that time that I discovered Little Black's existence. It seems that you weren't so lucky this morning. Just in time to dodge that arrow. That's right. With an innocent expression, Ilya lowered her shoulders. At that time, if it wasn't for Mei Yu discovering that arrow and pushing me away, let alone being in the infirmary, I might not even need to be taken in by the hospital. It was also because of this that my arm was scratched by the arrow. Ilya, who was pushed away by me, also crashed into the pole and fainted. When she reached here, Mei Yu lowered her head apologetically to Ilya. I'm sorry, Ilya, Mei Yu didn't do anything wrong. Ilya hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head. If it wasn't for Mei Yu, I would be dead now. The one who should apologize is me. I caused Mei Yu to be injured. I'm fine. I was just scratched, the wound isn't deep. Mei Yu shook her head and looked at Wu Yan. At that time, I looked up and saw the attacker leaving the scene. Then you saw Little Black, right? Wu Yan pursed his lips and muttered. But why would Little Black attack Ilya? Big Brother, didn't you say you met that black guy yesterday? Ilya sat up from the bed and grabbed the blanket. Her gem-like eyes were a bit angry and also a bit doubtful. What happened at that time? Ma, we almost got into a fight. Wu Yan shrugged. But later, because she was hungry, she found a family restaurant and chatted for a bit. Big Brother, you went to eat with that black guy? Ilya widened her eyes in disbelief. Why? Little Black doesn't have any hostility towards me. Wu Yan awkwardly turned his face away. So, unknowingly, what? Ilya had a displeased look on her face. That guy wanted to kill me, that's why we almost fought. Wu Yan laughed and patted Ilya's head, who was throwing a tantrum. Later, because of other things, I forgot that she attacked you. I didn't expect that she would attack you again. It was my negligence. Sorry, it has nothing to do with Big Brother. Ilya puffed up her cheeks again. It's all that black guy's fault. Both Wu Yan and Mei Yu chuckled when they heard Ilya's childish reply. But Mei Yu showed a confused expression. Why did that Ilya want to kill Ilya? I don't know. I wanted to ask her yesterday, but looking at her, she won't answer me. Wu Yan knocked on the edge of the bed and said in a muffled voice. What I can be sure of is that since Blackie attacked Ilya both yesterday and today, she will definitely come to take Ilya's life again. Ilya jumped in fright. Then won't I be in danger? It's all right. Ilya, Mei Yu said with a determined expression. I will definitely protect you. I'm just afraid that even if the two of you work together, you won't be Little Black's opponent. Wu Yan put his hand on Mei Yu's head. He gently stroked her head while his eyes fluctuated slightly. Little Black is currently borrowing the power of the Archer class card and possessing the heroic spirit of the Archer class card. Mei Yu, you also saw the battle between me and the heroic spirit of the Archer class card that day. Little Black has that kind of power. I don't think the two of you have a high chance of winning against such an opponent. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. Moreover, Little Black is different from those violent heroic spirits who use class cards to materialize. She has her own rationality and knows how to use her brain to fight. The difficulty of dealing with her is definitely not something those heroic spirits can compare to. It's better for you to treat her as your strongest enemy, the strongest enemy. Ilya and Mei Yu looked at each other in dismay. Then, what about you, Big Brother? Ilya asked cautiously. Is that black guy stronger than you, big brother? I can't really tell. Wu Yen scratched his head. In terms of level, Little Black is the same as Wu Yen, whose power was suppressed by the limiter bracelet. They are both level 75. However, level only represents the surface power. It doesn't represent the true strength. For example, if both of them are level 75 and have the same strength, but one of them has a gold armament while the other is bare-handed, then the former will definitely win and it will be an overwhelming victory. For example, if both of them are level 75 but Wu Yen has the infinite armory, 103,000 grimoires, superpowers, familiars, ruby mode and many other means. If the other person only has the surface power without any means, then the winner will definitely be Wu Yen. Last time, when I fought against the heroic spirit Ilya, I still have other means that I didn't use. I also kept my trump card. After some consideration, Wu Yen gave such an answer. Little Black's strength should be the same as Ilya's at that time. Or rather, Ilya might be Little Black at that time. In that case, if she only has the strength that she showed that day and doesn't have any other means, then it won't be hard for me to win against Little Black. Isn't that enough? Ilya clapped her hands happily. With Big Brother here, that black guy can't do anything to me, right? But I can't always stay by your side. Wu Yen poured a bucket of cold water on her without mercy. Little Black will definitely find an opportunity, then what should we do? Ilya wanted to cry but no tears came out. Should we just wait for them to come to us? Wu Yen was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up. That's right. Let's do that. Huh. This time, it was Ilya and Mei Yu's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1500. Late at night. Clear and cold air gradually pervaded every space. Darkness slowly swallowed all the sounds, causing all the activities during the day to cease. The lively atmosphere also dissipated with the wind. On the terrifyingly quiet street, Ilya, who was wearing casual clothes with a scarf around her neck, was walking by herself. Cold wind blew past Ilya's frail and slender body, causing her to curl up into a ball. Her desolate back appeared so miserable. As for Ilya herself, her face was covered in tears. She wanted to cry but had no tears. And here I thought that I would no longer have to sacrifice my sleeping time to wander around late at night. Ilya's large watery eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't help but shout loudly. Why do I have to be so unlucky? Ilya. Ruby was on Ilya's shoulder. She waved her ribbon-made limbs and took joy in Ilya's misfortune. All of this is for your own sake. You must not give yourself away. Woo. Ilya immediately sobbed. She endured the cold wind and complained with tears in her eyes. Magical girls and whatnot. Sure enough, they can only be so unrestrained on television. I have truly disgraced all magical girls. How can you say that? Ruby retorted. Ilya is already a very qualified magical girl. Is that so? Ilya asked with a lack of interest. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to ask you how you judged me. Is there even a need to ask? Ruby said proudly. Of course it's cute. A magical girl only needs to be cute. Everything else doesn't matter. Ilya, you're very qualified. I knew it. Ilya was like a deflated balloon. She withered. Sure enough, I shouldn't have asked. While chatting with Ruby intermittently, Ilya walked to the other end of the street in a seemingly desolate manner. In a corner not far behind Ilya, several heads popped out. They looked at Ilya, who was shivering in the cold wind. At the same time, sympathy appeared in their eyes. I keep feeling. Chuju turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel sorry for Ilya. It seems bad for us to be here and watch others suffer. Ilya sure is pitiful. Mikoto couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Looks like it's very cold. It's fine if it's cold. The ruby is providing magic power to Ilya. Even if it snows, nothing will happen to Ilya. Rin Enben's eyes twitched. If I had to choose between cold and walking back and forth on foot for 3 hours on a deserted street, I would choose one. I would definitely choose the former. The most important thing is, Sapphire said calmly. Lady Ilya took both of them. Hearing this, the many young ladies hiding in the corner fell silent for a moment. Then, they looked at Ilya with even more sympathy. Speaking of which, after a while, Livia grumbled. Why do we have to stay here and watch over Ilyasfer? Mikoto looked at Livia in surprise. Aren't you companions? Shouldn't you step forward when your companions are in trouble? Well, you're right. Livia pouted, unable to let go of the situation. We can capture that black Ilya tomorrow. Why do we have to capture her on the street at this time of the night? Not tomorrow. Mikoto, who was hiding at the bottom of the group, stared at Ilya, who was walking in front of her. She answered without hesitation. If we capture her later, she'll be in danger. Ilya will be in more danger. We need to capture that black bro Wu Yenji mentioned as soon as possible. You're all too serious. Livia's face fell. Seriously, I still have to build my new home. Stop complaining. Livia. Rin Enban glanced at Livia. We're the ones who dragged Ilya and Mayu, who are ordinary people, into the water. Not only that, we haven't reported the truth to the Magic Association yet. Now, such an abnormal situation has occurred because of the class card. If we don't hurry up and capture that black Ilya and figure out the reason for this matter, once this matter is exposed, both of us will be doomed. This time, Livia was speechless. The child didn't even complain, so you should stop complaining. Mikoto looked around Ilya's surroundings. There's no harm in capturing that kid called Little Black, no matter if it's for public or private reasons. So, let's be serious. I know. Livia sighed helplessly. But will she really take the bait? As long as the target is still Ilya, she won't let go of any chance. Mikoto clenched her fists. Her eyes were burning with flames. It's fine. I'll protect Ilya. Mikoto-sama. Sapphire couldn't help but ridicule. I feel that your concern for Lady Ilya has reached an overly heavy degree. In short. Rin Enban had a meaningful smile on his face. The bait has been thrown. Now, let's see when the fish takes the bait. As soon as he said that, a blue and white light flashed on Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto was shocked. It's here. At this moment, a black shadow flashed through the air. Like a bat in the night, it left a long afterimage and landed on top of a wall. Then, an unusually loud air-piercing sound echoed in the silent street. Like a fierce gale, it cut through the darkness of the night and shot toward Ilya, who was walking in front of her. Don't even think about it. In the corner, Mikoto was the first to jump out. She spread out her hands and a weak electric current danced between her fingers before landing on the ground. As if she was pulling something out of the ground, Mikoto forcefully raised her hand. A wave of black iron sand rolled back and forth. Like a pitch-black materialized air current, the iron sand was violently flung out in the air. The iron sand transformed into whips and ruthlessly lashed out, colliding with the object shooting toward Ilya. It was a black arrow. Bam! With a muffled sound, the pitch-black arrow and the pitch-black iron sand whips that came from all directions collided in midair, causing a gust of wind to explode. Ilya. The other girls also rushed out and rushed towards Ilya. Ah. As expected, it's not that simple. However, just as the young women were about to arrive before Ilya, the black silhouette on the ground suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked Ilya's path, blocking all the young women from advancing. Good morning, sisters. A mischievous laughter came from the black figure, attracting the attention of all the people in the room. No, it should be good evening now. Her black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind, and her red skirt undulated in response. The petite girl raised her head, and a pair of dazzling amber-like eyes were imprinted in everyone's vision. At the same time, what was imprinted in everyone's vision was a pair of black and white sabers that flickered with cold arcs, and a perverse smiling face. That face was exactly the same as Ilya's. You bastard. Ilya grabbed the ruby and transformed. She glared angrily at the girl who had the same face as her. You've finally appeared. I knew it. With your personality, it's impossible for you to wander around the streets in the middle of the night. Blackie spread her hands that were holding the dual swords and said helplessly. So it's a trap. You're Blackie, right? Chuju took a step forward and aimed White Cherry at Blackie. I've heard Yen mention you before. Has Big Brother mentioned me before? The perverse smile on Blackie's face slowly turned into a genuine smile. That's truly delightful, unfortunately. Mikoto stroked her bangs and looked at Blackie. Yen isn't very happy about what you've done. Well, if it's Big Brother, he'll definitely forgive me. Blackie smiled provocatively. After I kill that eyesore, I'll definitely apologize to Big Brother. Do you think you can do that? Mikoto raised her sapphire wand. She didn't hide the hostility in her eyes. Perhaps we're not your match, but with Wu Yen, Nyang's two companions, do you think you have a chance of winning? Although I don't want to bully you with numbers. Rin and Osaka placed one hand on her waist and stared at Blackie. However, I still ask you to surrender without a fight, oh? Blackie raised her eyebrow and smiled. Her smile was very sarcastic. You seem to have forgotten. My goal isn't to fight with you. After saying that, Blackie turned around and charged forward. She carried her dual swords and pounced at the stunned Ilya. Chapter 1501. Like a ferocious beast that had blended into the night and pounced on its prey, everyone present could see that Little Black's amber eyes were filled with genuine murderous intent as he charged out. He raised his black and white dual swords that flickered with an icy cold light and slashed down mercilessly at Ilya's head. The black and white dual swords that were slashing down stirred up a frenzied wind, blowing Ilya's snow-like long hair that was below the blades into a mess. It also woke Ilya, who was in a daze. Ilya. Seeing that Ilya was about to die under Little Black's blades, Rin and Osaka and the others narrowed their eyes to the size of a needle tip. Got her. Accompanied by a shout that was filled with confidence of victory, the pair of black and white dual swords fell toward Ilya's head. Clang! Unfortunately, Little Black's attack that was filled with confidence of victory was exchanged with an extremely clear clashing sound and intense sparks that shot out in all directions. Little Black's expression turned grave as he looked at the pink-haired girl who had appeared in front of him without any warning. She held a long sword made of crystal in her hand and blocked the black and white dual swords. He could not help but let out a tisked sound. I'm sorry. Chuju's yellow-green eyes reflected Little Black's vexed expression as the hand that was holding White Cherry continued to exert strength and rubbed against the black and white dual swords even more violently, causing even more intense sparks to shoot out in all directions. Before we figure out the cause of this matter, I won't allow you to continue like this. For the time being, I can't let you touch Ilya. After saying that, Chuju exerted force and White Cherry in her hands suddenly flicked upwards. Clang! Amidst the sound of metal clashing, the black and white dual swords in Little Black's hand actually shattered under White Cherry's upward flick and exploded into pieces. This allowed White Cherry's momentum to cut through the air and flick up from below, slashing toward Little Black's chin. Little Black quickly leaned back and took a step back. The sharp sword light just grazed the tip of her nose and flicked upwards. What a fast speed. Little Black stomped on the ground. Chuju quickly retreated and put some distance between him and Chuju. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chuju, who was protecting Ilya behind her. You actually reacted in such a short time. He even bypassed me. He shielded the coward behind him. You're quite capable, sister. It's a pity. Chuju stared at Xiaohei while holding White Cherry in one hand. He used his other hand to protect Ilya behind him. If you were an enemy, there would be no need for me to go around you. I would have killed you with a single slash. You speak as if you've already won. Blackie revealed a malicious smile. But Blackie's petite figure suddenly turned into a red mist and blended into the night. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chuju and Ilya. If it's just a competition of speed, I have an even better way to cheat. What? Sensing the aura behind her, Chuju's face changed. Teleportation? Correct. Magic whirlpools appeared on Xiaohei's hands and turned into two different colored short blades. She raised them slightly. Presumably, in the next instant, this pair of sharp short blades will once again slash toward Ilya. However, Xiaohei's body suddenly stopped. Her heart tightened. That's because two resplendent gems slid down from Xiaohei's head and entered her field of vision. Private, mark, sex, start. In the next instant, the gems shone with intense light and exploded. Boom! Intense flames instantly enveloped the center of the street. Violent wind and dust engulfed the entire place. The instant the gems exploded, Chuju carried Ilya and arrived beside Mikoto, Rin Enben, Luvia, and Mio in a blink of an eye. They avoided the flames and explosion. Xiaohei really wanted to chase after Ilya, but even she couldn't ignore Rin Enben and Luvia's gem magic. She could only helplessly use teleportation and retreat to the other side of the flames. They actually used such a powerful magic on the street of a residential area. Xiaohei looked around. She frowned when she saw the buildings that didn't even light up despite the commotion. Did they set up a barrier? It's just a magic barrier used for hypnosis. Rin Enben held a gem and had a fake smile on his face. So, if you go berserk and decide to destroy all the buildings and kill everyone in there, we won't be able to do anything. No matter what, it won't reach that state. Xiaohei narrowed her eyes and pointed her short blade at Ilya. Don't worry, my target is only Ilya. That's the most worrisome thing. Ilya shouted. We don't want to do anything to you. Mikoto met Xiaohei's gaze. We just have some questions we want to ask you. So, if possible, can you talk to us? Of course. To everyone's surprise, Xiaohei didn't refuse at all. She agreed without hesitation, causing the girls to show joy. But, Xiaohei's next words proved that the girls were too naive. I told you, my target is only Ilya. Xiaohei rested her short blade on her shoulder. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were very serious. As long as you obediently hand Ilya over to me, I will answer all of your questions. Why do you have to kill me? Ilya couldn't help but shout. Did I do anything to you that's out of line? Excessive? Xiaohei's expression turned cold. I don't know if it's excessive to you, but I know that what I'm about to do is definitely excessive. You. Ilya was so angry that she trembled. It seems like there's no way to talk in this situation. Chuju tightened her grip on White Cherry. You really don't want to return with us? Sorry. Xiaohei smiled faintly. I also want to get along with everyone, but that's after killing Ilya. Then, there's no other way. Rin Hosoka's face tensed up. Everyone. Capture her. You should have done this long ago. Xiaohei's smile disappeared. She lowered her body and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Blackie arrived in front of the girls from nearly 20 meters away. The black and white swords in his hands glowed in the night. His target was still Ilya, and he slashed at her with a sharp howl. The first one to react was Mikoto. Mikoto's brown eyes locked onto Blackie's figure. Lightning flashed from her body, and the iron sand around her undulated up and down. The shadow of a whip lashed out at lightning speed, and with a pa sound, it landed on Blackie's body. No. The iron sand whip didn't hit Xiaohei's body. A sword wall formed by giant swords appeared beside Blackie out of nowhere. It was as if it knew that the attack would come from there. It blocked the iron sand whip that was wildly lashing at Blackie. Xiaohei stared at Ilya with her cold eyes. She let out a low growl. She stomped on the ground and leaped over. Although she wasn't as fast as Chuju, she was still faster than anyone else present. Ha! Hinajiku, who had been protecting Ilya all this while, used her White Cherry to create a dazzling sword light and slash towards Blackie, who was charging towards her. Clang! Xiaohei raised her black short blade and swung it at Chuju's White Cherry. Clang! Hinajiku felt a powerful force from Xiaohei's black dagger, along with White Sakura's blade, and actually pushed White Sakura to the side. Chi, the white dagger with sharp sword light cut through the air and swung toward Ilya. Activate all physical defenses. Ruby's voice sounded at almost the same time. Clang. Ilya raised her wand horizontally in front of her and blocked Blackie's white dagger. You. With an angry expression on her face, Ilya shouted out loud. Don't look down on me. The wand in Ilya's hand flashed with pink magical light. Cannon fire. A streak of pink light flashed across the entire street like a meteor. It carried with it a powerful force as it suddenly exploded between the many girls and Blackie. Bang, flames and dust once again rose in the middle of the street, enveloping everyone in it and spreading to the surroundings. Not long after, wind and waves blew in all directions. Chapter 1502. The chilly night wind whistled through the street that was filled with flames and smoke, taking away everything that obstructed one's vision, revealing the somewhat broken street. Cough, cough, cough. In the evening wind, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Enben, Luvia, Miyu, and even Ilya were coughing non-stop as if they were choking on the smoke. However, they didn't seem to have any injuries on their bodies. Ilya. Rin Enben glared at Ilya while coughing. Don't use the mana cannon at such a close distance. Ilyasfer. Luvia was furious as well. Are you trying to drag us all into this? I am sorry. Ilya also coughed. She had an awkward expression on her face. I forgot, but it's strange. Mayu covered her mouth and nose as she said this with a face full of suspicion. She used such a powerful mana cannon, why didn't we suffer any damage? Did she go easy on us? Hinajiku was impressed. She wanted to kill you. I didn't expect that as the person involved, you would actually show mercy, go easy on her. Ilya was stunned. She said something that caused the girls to be stunned. I didn't go easy on her, I used my full strength. You didn't go easy on her? Mikoto was surprised. That can't be right. It was clearly much more powerful than the last time they fought in that mansion, okay? But I really didn't show any mercy. Ilya raised her magic wand. Layers upon layers of magic power surged out from it. It rose into the air. However, even though the mana in Ilya's staff was constantly being released, the amount of mana that could be released in one go was pitifully small. If it was the Ilya of the past, the mana she released would be at least 2 or 3 times stronger. Ilya was shocked. Why is it like this? Many of the girls seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Hinajiku and Mikoto glanced at each other and activated their system perception to look at Ilya. Ilya's field. Foam. Ainsbaron, level 62, level 62. Wasn't Ilya originally level 66? Became weaker? She's become weaker. Ilya. Not far away from the girls, Blackie also emerged from the dust carried away by the evening wind. A smile appeared on his face. However, that's only natural. Although my power comes from the class card, the magic capacity is taken away from your body, and your own magic capacity will decrease. That's a very normal thing. This. Rin and Osaka, Luvia, and Mio looked at each other. In other words. Xiao Hei grabbed the black and white sabers. He tapped his foot. Then, with a swoosh, it pounced at Ilya again. Attacks that are purely composed of magic power. For a magical girl who doesn't perform magic, her mana capacity will decrease, and her mana output will decrease as well. If her output is insufficient, her attack power will decrease, and her strength will naturally decrease as well. With these words, Blackie rushed into the group of girls in the blink of an eye. It was completely unrestrained and was not afraid of being besieged. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Hinajiku lowered her body and slid, sticking close to the ground. She slid under the belly of Blackie who was charging at her. White Cherry pierced towards Blackie's belly with a clear whistle. Clang. The crystal sword clashed with Xiao Hei's black saber, and sparks exploded. So annoying. Xiao Hei's white saber that could cut a person in half tore through the air and slashed at Chuju. The sharp edge of the saber enlarged in Chuju's eyes, but Chuju had an unusual smile on her face. Xiao Hei seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded above Xiao Hei's head. Xiao Hei raised his head and looked above him. Then, a pitch-black iron sand sword descended from the sky. The scene of it descending like a stream of light entered Xiao Hei's field of vision. Clang! At this moment of imminent peril, Xiao Hei used all of his strength to forcibly pull back the white saber that was slashing at Chuju. Then, he collided with the iron sand sword that was descending from the sky. With a sound of collision, the iron sand sword was knocked flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, right after the iron sand sword was knocked flying by Xiao Hei, a series of sharp piercing sounds mixed together in the sky, and without any rhythm, resounded in the moonlit night. Pitch-black iron sand swords were like a torrential storm, and with great force, they fell towards Xiao Hei, whose beautiful face changed abruptly. 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas. Xiao Hei shouted and abandoned the short saber in one hand. He raised his palm and aimed at the iron sand swords that were descending like a storm. A whirlpool of magic power fluctuated above his palm, and with one expansion, it turned into a blossoming pink flower petal light shield. Clang 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 clang. Immediately after, the pitch-black iron sand storm mercilessly fell on the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, violently colliding with each other, setting off an endless series of collision sounds. In Xiao Hei's perception, the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, in his hands seemed to have become heavier. Moreover, as the pitch-black sword rain fell, each sword became heavier. A moment later, like a flood bursting out of a dam, a violent force burst out from the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, attacking Xiao Hei's petite body. Humph! With the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas' defense, Xiao Hei was not injured, but under the impact of the iron sand sword rain, he still let out a muffled groan. The ground under his feet has already cracked inch by inch, and cracks spread out in all directions. Suddenly, Xiao Hei saw. In the sky above the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, and the pitch-black sword rain, a smuff-like girl stood there, holding a magic wand with a rotating ring of runes at the front, gathering a huge magic light ball half the size of a person, and aiming it downwards. That is Mei Yu. Mei Yu, who has not made a move all this time, has been accumulating magic power from the very beginning, waiting for the opportunity to release the accumulated power to surpass the limit of the attack. Now is that opportunity. Xiao Hei's pupils shrank. Snipe! In the next second, Mei Yu's cold voice entered Xiao Hei's ears. In the sky, a dazzling light flashed, and a beam of light suddenly appeared, like a falling meteor, falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, all of the pitch-black iron sand swords were instantly vaporized by the dazzling blue light. The atmosphere repeatedly shook, and even the space rippled. It directly fell towards the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, Lawayas, below, and heavily fell down. Dong, like a meteorite crashing into Earth, the blue light beam hit the petal-shaped shield of light, stirring up violent magic ripples that scattered in all directions like sparks. Kacha, after a few minutes of accumulation, the power of Mei Yu's magic cannon was now comparable to the power of a noble phantasm from True Name Liberation. The petal-shaped shield, 7 blazing heavens overturning 7 rings, Lawayas, cracked without any suspense. The dazzling light beam landed directly on the ground. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred in the middle of the street. On top of a roof far away from the center of the explosion, Xiao Hei stumbled out from a cloud of fog and landed on the ground, his face covered in cold sweat. Isn't this too reckless? Even Xiao Hei couldn't help but curse out loud. Isn't this a residential area? Aren't there people in the surrounding houses? Don't they have any scruples? Don't worry, a voice responded from behind Xiao Hei. The 2 magicians have already set up a defensive magic formation. Not good. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with horror when he heard the voice behind him. Whoosh! In the sharp sound of something breaking through the air, a pink stream of light flashed behind Xiaohei and appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Chuju raised her head and looked at Xiaohei's back. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. Blackie clenched his teeth and raised his hand as if he wanted to do something. However, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the side and wrapped around Blackie's raised hand. It's the iron sand whip. White Cherry drew a trail of afterglow and slashed down heavily. Poochie, a tearing sound echoed from Xiaohei's body. Chapter 1503. Poochie, along with the ripping sound, all the other sounds in the arena seemed to have been blocked out, completely disappearing. Down below, Makoto, Rin and Osaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mio all looked up at the ceiling with their mouths slightly agape, revealing a look of surprise. It wasn't just the other girls, even Hinajiku, who had cut down White Cherry, was slightly surprised. Chuju controlled the direction and strength of her attack. At most, it would only cause a superficial wound to Blackie. However, when the sword slashed down, it was not Xiaohei's cry of pain or the sound of blood splattering. Instead, it was bits and pieces of clothes that flew around and were blown away by the wind. Xiaohei gasped for breath, and a ball of mana burst out from his wrist, blowing up the iron sand whip that was wrapped around him. He dodged and retreated, landing under a tree below. However, Blackie's current situation caused many young girls to be stunned on the spot. Her skin is as dark as unmade chocolate, but it has a smooth luster. It's so dazzling that it's hard to look at it directly. A pair of slender legs adorned her delicate body that looks like it's made of glass. With her dark skin tone, she looks like a burning flame, revealing a sense of wildness. However, this body that was filled with wildness was now completely naked. Completely naked, those clothes that are different from normal people's are only left with a bit of tatters. It's not enough to cover up her embarrassment. When White Cherry was about to cut Blackie's body, Blackie instinctively shrunk her body. In the end, because Hinajiku held back on purpose, conserving her strength and deviating from her position, when Blackie shrank back, White Cherry couldn't cut Blackie's body. Instead, her clothes were shredded into pieces. That's how Blackie ended up in this state. The girls didn't expect this to happen and were petrified. They didn't move at all. Their faces were filled with shock. So this big sister likes this kind of development? Blackie was also stunned for a moment. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on her face and she looked at Chuju playfully. You should have said so earlier. I don't mind letting you have a look. No. Chuju's mind was in a mess. Stuttering. Her face flushed red. It's not like that. I didn't mean that. Well, it doesn't matter. Xiaohei generously tore off the remaining pieces of his clothes. She fell into a situation where she was completely naked. Anyway, it's late at night now. No one will see. Aren't there a lot of people here? Ilya shouted in exasperation. Don't say such shameless things with that face of yours. Sigh. Xiaohei patted the dust off his body and covered his chest with his hand. Looking at the many girls who were confronting him, he frowned and muttered. Sure enough, 1 against 6 is still too difficult, not to mention that there are also the companions of those 2 big brothers. Those 2 people, even if they were to fight me one-on-one, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Ilya, Mio. If Xiaohei only had these 4 enemies, then he wouldn't be afraid at all. Rin and Osaka and the others are all tier 7, but other than Mio, who is at the peak of tier 7, Rin and Osaka and Luvia have just reached tier 7. Their strength is nothing to be afraid of. Ilya's strength has also decreased a lot. Even if the 4 of them work together, Xiaohei is confident he can easily defeat them. After all, Xiaohei has the strength of a tier 8. Not just any tier 8. However, it's different if it's Chuju and Makoto. They are at the same level as Xiaohei. Although Xiaohei is confident that he won't lose to either Chuju or Makoto in a one-on-one situation, that's only if it's a one-on-one situation. Projection magic. This is the power of the archer's heroic spirit that Xiaohei controls. In this world, projection magic is a magic that isn't very useful. It's known as one of the most useless magic. It's a magic that uses mana to make an equivalent exchange. It uses mana to make a copy of an item and create an imitation of a material. There are 3 reasons why it's said to be useless. First, lack of imagination. Projection is a method that uses one's imagination to recreate the material in one's mind. If one's imagination is flawed, then the projection will have flaws. In other words, if the user of the projection magic thought that the projection was flawed, then it would be flawed. Second, capacity of mana. Because projection consumes mana. If the mana is too little, then the projected item won't have the ability to exceed the mana. In other words, the more powerful the projected item is, the more mana it requires. If the projected item exceeds the limit of the user's mana, then the user may die from excessive mana consumption. Third, instability. The projected item will disappear once it leaves the user's hand. The time it exists is very short. It's not practical and can't be used in any situation. Because of this, in this world, projection magic was only a useless magic trick that could only be used by some novice magic apprentices. Basically, there were many people who knew how to use it, but it could be said that there was no one who could use it. However, the archer rank card that Blackie relied on to survive had a very special projection magic that corresponded to his heroic spirit. It can project a noble phantasm. In other words, it's a replica of a noble phantasm. No. It's not as simple as projecting a noble phantasm. It can also copy the original user's experience and skills of the noble phantasm. As long as it's a projected noble phantasm, one can immediately use it as if they have used it before. Of course, there are limitations. No matter how perfect the projected noble phantasm is, it will be one level lower than the original noble phantasm. Most of the phantasms that can be projected can only be swords. Only a few special ones can be projected. The projection magic itself has limitations. No matter how special the heroic spirit's projection magic is, it can't be avoided. But it's different from normal projection magic. If it's used in a battle, it's a very powerful skill. Because of this projection magic, Xiao Hei is confident that she can win against Chiju or Mikoto in a one-on-one situation. After all, she has more powerful noble phantasms that she hasn't projected yet, but it's not a one-on-one, it's not even a one-on-two, it's a one-on-6, there's no other way. Xiao Hei took a step back. The situation is not good, we can only retreat, you want to run? Mikoto stood up. Do you think you can run? Allah, have you forgotten, sister? Xiao Hei smiled slyly. I know how to teleport, I think. Hinajiku's tone changed as she laughed. You're the one who forgot, right? Xiao Hei was startled and tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Don't you think it's weird? Hinajiku and Mikoto took the rest of the girls and retreated. Where is the big brother that you keep talking about? Hearing this, Xiao Hei's expression froze, and he was stunned. Suddenly, with Xiao Hei as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius fluctuated and was covered by a layer of yellow light. Xiao Hei only felt an amazing gravitational force coming from the ground. His body couldn't help but shrink. Even his blood and heart were affected by the gravitational force at this moment. Xiao Hei cried out in pain. Take a nap, the familiar voice reverberated in the yellow space, causing Xiao Hei's face to turn slightly pale. In the next moment, an abnormal impact rushed into Xiao Hei's mind. Xiao Hei's vision blurred, her head was dizzy and she lost consciousness. Behind Xiao Hei, who was slowly falling down, a figure walked out of the void and hugged Xiao Hei's smooth and delicate body, holding it in his arms. Phew. Wu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. He shook his head as he watched Xiao Hei close his eyes and fall asleep. She really knows how to cause trouble, hand her over to us. Chiju and Mikoto ran over and grabbed Xiao Hei, covering her naked body. Along with the rest of the girls, they looked at Wu Yan with vigilance. Still looking? Turn your head away. Yes. Wu Yan felt like he was being treated badly despite being a hero. Chapter 1504. In her hazy state, Xiaohei felt like her body is soaked in water. She doesn't feel like she's on the ground or floating in the air. She only feels like she's in an illusion. My body is a bit strange, that's the only thought in Xiaohei's hazy consciousness. With Xiaohei's hazy consciousness, she can't determine what kind of situation she's in. She only knows that there's a binding feeling around her. It's like something is hanging her in the air. That feeling is heavy but also light. In this situation, Xiaohei's consciousness slowly recovered. Her brain also regained the ability to operate. She slowly opened her eyes. The faint light began to enter Little Black's vision, causing it to subconsciously close its eyes again. Then, it opened its eyes again, revealing its amber-like eyes. Oh! Almost at the same time, a familiar voice sounded in the surroundings. Finally awake? Xiaohei was startled when she heard the voice. She raised her head and looked in front of her. There, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio are all gathered together. They're either standing or sitting in groups of 2s and 3s. They're all looking at Xiaohei. Only now did Xiaohei clearly see her current situation. This was a rather spacious hall. Inside the hall, there's a complete set of furniture. There's a sofa, a table, chairs, a counter and a small kitchen. There's a glass door at the outside and an open balcony. At first glance, it's like a luxurious living room. The only difference between this room and an ordinary living room was the fact that there were palm-sized magic arrays on the surrounding walls. Upon closer inspection, Shifeng discovered that there were about 4 magic arrays. Meanwhile, inside these 4 intricate magic arrays, there were 4 different kinds of magic arrays. Pitch-black beams of light extended out like ropes towards the center. The front end formed 4 rings, which wrapped around a pair of slender wrists and a pair of soft ankles. Those are Xiaohei's wrists and ankles. Xiaohei's limbs are bound by these 4 black rings. Then, he was suspended in the air by a black rope of light that extended from the ring. Realizing its current situation, Blackie finally remembered. During the battle with Chuju, Mikoto, and the others, when he was about to retreat, someone took advantage of the situation and knocked him out. Tisk. Xiaohei gritted his teeth as he recalled everything that happened before he fainted. He began to struggle slightly. It's better not to waste your energy, Xiaohei. Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, shrugged. The 4 things on your limbs will neutralize the power exerted by the person who binds you. Once you use your strength, they will dissolve it. Unless your strength is above mine, you won't be able to break free. Neutralize the power used? Blackie stopped moving. Its amber eyes stared at the 4 precise geometric patterns rotating on the wall and frowned. What kind of magic is that? What kind of tactic was that? Why haven't I seen it? There are plenty of things you haven't seen before, little girl. Wu Yan chuckled. Are you so knowledgeable that you can recognize all the magic tricks in the world? Humph. Blackie coldly snorted and turned his head away, looking like he was throwing a tantrum. I didn't expect Big Brother to be the kind of person who would attack people from behind. I misjudged you. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He walked in front of Xiaohei and pulled her cheeks. You're just a girl who has been shooting arrows behind Ilya's back. You have no right to criticize me. You. Xiaohei whimpered incoherently as if she was resisting. Enough. Rin Enben stepped forward and said with dissatisfaction. If you want to bully her, you can bully her after you figure out the situation. Wu Yan shrugged again and let go of Xiaohei's cheeks. Big Brother is a bad guy. Xiaohei looked over with teary eyes. I thought Big Brother was gentle, but it was all a lie. Even if you look at me like that, it's not going to work. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Blackie. Who told you to attack Ilya for no reason? It wasn't for no reason. Xiaohei retorted. I did have a reason to attack her. Don't take it for granted. Ilya was furious. Can't you consider the feelings of those who were attacked? You should also consider the feelings of those who are kept in the dark. Rin Enben crossed his arms and looked at Xiaohei. We have a lot of questions waiting for you to answer for us, sigh. Xiaohei sighed and turned her head away impatiently. Why does everyone who meets me want to ask me questions? Because everything about you is a mystery. Livia sneered. Including existence. Hearing this, Blackie snorted softly. Then, unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now. I won't answer any of your questions. That's not something you can decide. Rin Enben's expression turned serious. As a prisoner, you have no right to refuse to answer. Is that so? Xiaohei smiled provocatively. Then I don't mind if you ask in a more violent way. Let's see if I'll obediently answer your questions, you. Rin Enben stared at Xiaohei. Xiaohei didn't back down and looked at Rin Enben. The two stared at each other as if they were in the middle of a battle. It didn't take long for Rin Enben to admit defeat. Seriously, why is it so troublesome to find out something? Rin Enben rubbed his temples and glanced at Wu Yan. Since you know so many magic tricks that others don't know, isn't there a magic trick that can make people obediently answer your questions? If there's such a convenient magic trick, I want to learn it too. Wu Yan slapped his forehead and pouted. Well, I do know a magic trick that can read someone's memory, oh? Hearing this, the girls all looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. Read someone's memory? Xiaohei's expression changed and she glared at Wu Yan with a sharp gaze. Big brother, if you really do that, I will never forgive you. If I really wanted to do that, I would have done it from the start. Wu Yan looked at Xiaohei seriously. I understand. Everyone has their own difficulties. Little Black, I'm sure you're the same. You don't want your secret to be known by others. But, no matter what, you should tell us why you attacked Ilya, right? We can't just watch Ilya get hurt, right? This time, Xiaohei couldn't refute. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Xiaohei, waiting for his answer. Under everyone's gazes, Little Black lowered his head and said after a long time had passed. I just feel unbalanced. Everyone was stunned. That's right. Blackie abruptly raised his head and stared at the stunned Ilya as he yelled. You think you're right, you're living an ordinary life and you think you're very happy. You're clearly living a life arranged by someone else but you still think you're happy with it. I just feel unhappy. What are you talking about? Ilya couldn't help but reply somewhat angrily. Is it wrong to want to live an ordinary life? Yes. It is indeed right to live an ordinary life. But why can't I do it? Unknowingly, Blackie's tone had become emotional, and his expression had also become agitated. Why do I have to bear all of your past, all of your pain? Bear all of my past? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of my pain? Ilya had a doubtful look on her face, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. It was as if she had pushed all of her problems to this person who looked exactly like her. This caused Ilya's heart to involuntarily tighten. She clutched her chest tightly and asked with a trembling and perturbed tone. What? What do you mean? Xiaohei opened her mouth. She seemed to want to say something. But in the next moment, her expression changed. At the same time, Blackie's body that was suspended from the ground trembled and became blurry. It was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.